guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams.
Ready to connect? Click connect to show now. You are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface. Audio recording on.
Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Violence has broken out at several college campuses across the country amid anti-Israel protests. President Biden finally addressing the nation Thursday at the White House, saying threats against any religion or race are never acceptable.
There should be no place on any campus, no place in America for anti-Semitism or threats of violence against Jewish students. There is no place for hate speech or violence of any kind, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or discrimination against Arab Americans or Palestinian Americans.
This as Los Angeles police arrested at least 200 pro-Palestinian protesters at an encampment at UCLA early Thursday morning after officers ordered the demonstration to end this week. UCLA professor of Israel Studies Dov Waxman tells Fox News he's concerned over the actions taking place by many of these demonstrators and says the school needs to escalate the situation peacefully and as soon as possible.
It should try to resolve the situation peacefully, to talk to the protesters, to try to essentially persuade them to stand down and to move out of these encampments. And so I think as much as possible they should avoid bringing in law enforcement, because that only tends to escalate the situation.
Testimony is continuing in former President Trump's hush money trial in New York City. The former president's legal spokeswoman, Elena Habba, says her client is innocent of all charges and argues this is a political attack by his opponents.
We are clearly in a very much political lawfare environment. And as Americans, both Democrat and Republican, if we don't stop it, we are in trouble as a country.
The former president is being charged with falsifying business records to cover up hush money payments made to adult actress Stormy Daniels. This is USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
The Senate Armed Services Committee held a meeting on Thursday with top intelligence officials about worldwide threats facing the United States. Director of National Intelligence Avriel Haines speaking before the committee.
We have seen a massive increase in the number of ransomware attacks globally in the last year, which went up as much as 74%.
Earlier this year, Director Haines raised concerns about the growing partnerships between China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea.
Publicly, Putin touts his ammunition and missile production capacity in contrast with what he portrays as significant U.S., European, and Ukrainian limitations.
Haines adding their willingness to cooperate on aid and intelligence could be dangerous. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin also bringing up similar concerns, specifically about the partnership between North Korea and Russia in the invasion of Ukraine. Sales at Ford Motor Company dropped in April overall, but hybrid sales set a monthly record. The automaker sold over 179,000 cars and trucks, with sales of the popular F-Series trucks, Broncos, and SUVs falling off. Ford says they remain committed to hybrid vehicles and plan to have the entire lineup by the end of the decade. Sales of EVs were up by 129% over the last year, but are still not meeting expectations. SUV sales declined by nearly 10% in April, and Ford says it will be increasing incentives for customers. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? Check 1, 2. Are we ready to roll? Affirmative. Here we go. It is the midnight hour on the East Coast. So we're rolling into a brand new day. No Cap and Ron tonight. But that means we are one day closer to the greatest day of the week, right? Well, yeah, first, Friday weekend on the horizon. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Very comfortable outside the secret bunker tonight. 70 degrees at the midnight hour, okay. Not really seeing any stars, a lot of cloud cover out there, but nonetheless, a very comfortable night. And for much of the country, a much calmer night. Probably, I'd say the calmest night we've seen virtually for the entire week. Now, there is a bit of rain out there, some spotty showers, primarily southern portions of Minnesota. You may find a few showers there. Southern Wisconsin, some heavier rain there in central portions of Illinois tonight. None of it reaching severe limits, at least for that region. There are a few lingering stronger cells in eastern Oklahoma, and one fairly strong cell, strong enough to be prompting a severe thunderstorm warning, but they're very small, isolated cells. Yeah, line of showers in northern Mississippi as well. But for the big picture, it's a pretty darn good night to be moving the freight around the country, up and down the highways and byways. So we'll start things off with a look at our travelers' weather. Well, as we were wrapping up the program there Thursday morning, some of the heavy rain and severe weather we were tracking through the early morning hours of Thursday were pushing into the Houston area. A lot of flooding. That was the concern. Heavy rain causing severe flooding in southeastern Texas. Cities from College Station to Houston. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon this past day, 7 flood warnings were in effect north and east of the Houston area. In College Station, a woman rescued after she drove into a flooded creek. Drone footage from Livingston, Texas, about 70 miles northeast of Houston, showing cars, homes, roadways underwater. Rain gauges in the northern part of Harris County reported between 8 and 9 inches of rain in 6 hours' time. That's a lot of water. The Harris County Flood Control District reported that 7 streams were out of their banks. More than 31,000 customers southeastern Texas were without power as of 4 o'clock Central this afternoon. That was actually nearly half of where it was at 62,000 plus there on Thursday morning. Now, flooding may linger in some areas where you've got the poor drainage through the evening hours. Some spotty thunderstorm may return overnight tonight and through the day on Friday, but that was a lot of rain. So we've got our next storm system. We'll give you the full breakdown as a severe weather outbreak is on the horizon, just a few days away. They're looking toward Monday and Tuesday of next week. That storm system first has to come in out west along the west coast. And it's going to be an unusually late season snow event in the higher elevations. An unusually potent storm will affect the west coast from now to Saturday, with areas of heavy rain and feet of mountain snow, according to AccuWeather. This is going to come when most Pacific storms have ended for this season, or normally would be throttling down. The dry season begins to build in. The bulk of the rain will fall from western Washington to northern California, where a general 1 to 3 inches will fall. There will be pockets of 3 to 6 inches of rain coming down, especially on the western-facing slopes of the mountains in Oregon. We could see enough rain coming down to slow travel along the Interstate 5 corridor. We could see some rock slides or debris flows in the steep terrain. Portland, Salem, Eugene, Oregon typically receive about 2.5 inches of rain in the entire month of May. Now, all of that and more may come down with this one storm between Friday and Saturday. Further south, Medford, Oregon tends to pick up about 1.25 inches of rain during the month. Double that could fall with this particular system. Further north, Seattle may pick up close to your monthly average rain, which would be about 1.9 inches. In the Cascades, snow levels will generally remain above past level for most of the storm, dipping toward the tail end. Saturday night to Sunday morning, you could see some slushy conditions. Now, due to the storm's track slicing to the southeast across California, rain will tend to diminish from north to south across the lower elevations from Saturday to early Sunday. We could see a few tenths of an inch of rain on the San Francisco and Sacramento areas. That's just enough to maybe create some puddles or slick roadways. In the Sierra Nevada, this will be a bigger impact. One of the greatest impacts from this storm could be along I-80 at Donner Pass, California. Nearly a foot of snow could occur, slowing travel over the weekend, especially Saturday night to Sunday morning. 1 to 2 feet of snow will fall on the ridges and peaks of the northern and central Sierra Nevada during the second half of the weekend. That'll be a nice pad to the plentiful amount of snow that we had seen over the winter. Most of which will gradually melt this spring and summer, filling those streams, rivers, and reservoirs. Snow levels start around 8,000 feet in the Sierra Nevada Saturday evening. They will fall quickly Saturday night, ending up at about 5,000 feet by Sunday morning. Now, this storm, essentially an inside slider, as they call it, not recognized as bringing heavy precip to Southern California, let alone in the spring, and the amount of rain that falls in that region will probably reflect that. The southern end of the storm, it'll lose steam as it moves into Southern California. Could bring enough rain to dampen the roads in the valleys, more appreciable rain maybe in the foothills in the mountains. So be alert for slick road conditions in Southern California, where when you see a small amount of rain, it mixes with all the oil and deposits left from traffic and weeks of dry weather, and it all just kind of rises and slick as ice. All right, no problems with travel from snow over the Southern California passes from this particular storm. For the mountains around the Grapevine, snow levels may dip to 6,000 feet. Most of the showery precip in Southern California may occur from Saturday night to the first thing Sunday morning. So least affecting outdoor plans. That would be the storm, again, that once it traverses further to the east and comes out of the Rockies, stage will be set again for a multiple tornadic event in the heart of the country. Some areas that are just recovering from last weekend. All right, so here we go. TGIF says, Philly Dan, hope everybody has a great weekend. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family. Saddle up. Pappy's on board. Hello, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and it's TGIF. Yes, indeed. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shed eliminator power mic is on, and stay Bill your lane. We're hammer down with the overnight drive. It's 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Call in, be part of the show. 71 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. So kick back, relax, heat up that cup of joe, snubble up to whomever or whatever, because it is showtime. Or you can be like Big Ed, right? If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. 66 degrees. Platkill, New York. Headed to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, a tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve, and all the crew. A little bit of off and on rain. 74 degrees in Okemah, Oklahoma. Everybody stay safe. Have a blessed day. I'm going to head over and tune in via the app at this hour. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Fancy Gap, Virginia. 67 degrees as we are Columbus bound. All right, Jay Monty's on board. Good night. Okay, good night, Jay. So it is 844-844-3388. Get to some of our other listening friends coming up here as we kick off a brand new day.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed we are. Well, good morning, Steve, and the best informed ladies and gentlemen. Bit of a rainy evening, but mild here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. He says, I'm sure you remember young Colton. Of course I do. Matter of fact, he had crossed my mind here within the past couple of weeks. I saw your conversation via Facebook. You said he was on Facebook asking if anybody knew what happened to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive because he couldn't find you on YouTube. I told him you're on Facebook, and you could search the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I also mentioned the app at Overnight Drive Radio, but he's got an Android, which obviously that's down at the moment. So I did tell him Hot Shot Secret is working on that. So in about a month, when school lets out, you'll be getting a call. He was actually worried you wouldn't remember him. I assured him you never forget about any listeners or callers. So everybody have a great weekend. Please stay safe. Yeah, it's probably been about, 2 years? Probably since we've heard from young Colton. Now, I can't remember how old he was, but I remember very well because Colton was in here, and we actually had Chris Gabrelchik live with us one of those nights. And Chris sent him, he explained how he was going up to they were going to the campgrounds or something, some event somewhere, and he takes his trailer out, and he was collecting all the pop cans and the beer cans, the aluminum, to make a few bucks via recycling. And Chris actually hooked him up with one of our Steve Summers Overnight Drive banners, I recall well, yes. So I look forward to hearing from young Colton. Wonder what grade he is and get an update. Is Daddy still driving truck? Do you ever get to go out with Dad on the road? We shall find out, yes, when the school year comes to a conclusion. Arizona window trucks setting on the toll road near Wichita, Kansas. Waiting for the damn old clock to spin just a wee bit more. Everybody have a great weekend. All right, good morning to the overnight family. I received my Hot Shot Secret order today. Purchased $317 worth of product. Used my $60 code and other discounts. Down to $174. How about that? Quite the savings, indeed. Thanks again, Steve. That's from Mike in Beaver Creek. Good deal. Norman checking in from Colorado, relaxing at the son's cabin in the mountains. Had some snow, some rain, some wind, and some 60-degree days. So you got a taste of everything. Be heading home next week. Then it's back on the road, hauling the scrap. Everybody have a good morning. Hey, who else here? Howdy, y'all, from deep in the heart of Texas. 72, an overcast night. Hopefully less storms and rain tonight. Power went out every couple of hours last night. Stick to the interstate if you're driving through. Odds are there's water over anything else. Be safe and God bless. That's, the flooding, rains there in parts of Texas last night. And Tony just chimed in here. Greetings, Steve, from Glenconda, Illinois. It's Golconda? I can't get it right. Golconda is along the Ohio River in southern Illinois, across from Paducah, Kentucky. It's a friendly river town in the heart of the Shawnee Forest. Okay. Hi there, Eskimo Mom. Hello to the Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Friday, whatever day it is. Got the regular run tonight so far, with the exception of a bit of construction work. It's a good night for trailer trucking. Partly cloudy, a bit humid, breezy, 73 degrees on Interstate 71 in Kentucky. Be safe and have a good weekend when you get around to it. All right, there it is. Don't be a scarecrow. Are you filling in for Captain Ron by chance?
Happy Friday. Best damn day of the week. Yes, Steve, we were told not to be scarecrows. And given that Autonomous and myself have been saddled with covering for the captain, I figured I better give it a practice run on Friday so I don't mess Monday up there. That ever comes around, So anyway, so we got that out of the way. And what else is there? Let's see, the captain, he's usually kind of lost for subject matter at times, but other than
right.
say hello.
Yeah, well, now Friday,
anyway.
Friday, this is, you got to get it right. This is the one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Now, Monday morning, of course, he jumps in right out of the box. It's the greatest day of the week.
Oh, well, see, that's probably why he's saddled two of us with covering for him. The hippopotamus, he could probably stand to correct, what I screw up here, this morning and such. So a time will tell on that. I'm sure within the next half hour here, Steve.
Right.
And on to general subject matter. In the update saga of retrieving our country's jet, one step forward, two steps back. A matter of a few hours ago, the jet was lined up on the runway, ready to be launched, and the navigation system burnt down. So, right now, Stu is spitting tacks. You can trust me on that one there. Steve, I heard that it's a pretty neat story, and I think it'd be an easy search. I have not seen the video, but at one of the campuses where the protests are taking place, protests/riots, we covered that. There's a group of students or participants that were able to salvage or recover an American flag that was either going to be burnt or damaged or stomped out or such. Well, this was recorded, and if you remember, the country group Big and Rich.
Yes.
I believe John Rich, I believe, is the second player there. Now, he saw this video, and he feels that this group needs to be saluted. So he wants to put on a performance, and he's kind of chimed in. He's challenging others to join him, too. Now, this I caught on Bongino's episode from yesterday, and apparently he's a one-on-one player with Bongino also. He called up Dan and invited him to actually broadcast, live, kind of like a daylight type performance. And he's thinking, maybe performers like Kid Rock and others that are big supporters of our, Constitution, our country, and our military and all. So yeah, this may come into something, totally respectable and admirable and all. So that's something that to be here waiting and listening on and even looking forward to. Let's see. Anything else? There's a couple other things. I did send you a couple images there, Steve.
Yes. Very inspirational.
They're better suited for more towards the lonely part of the program, but as you say, they're very inspirational, and now it'll all come out in the end. Trust me, there. So we'll leave it alone for now. There, chat later, bud.
All right, have a great morning. All right, 27 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. See, I got an email from Tim Jim. Tim Jim listened via the Android app, and he's been kind of emailing almost. I'll have to send him an email response. I thought he was aware that they're working on it, but see, he's totally unaware. He's Android app still not working. It was good to hear you once again on the air while it lasted. I guess he's thinking we're not there anymore. I think they're planning to go on the cruise in October, but I'll email him and tell him the Android app will be back here in a few days. We're still at all the other places, but all right. Thank you very much. What do we have here? Yeah, the rest of the story, I think Glenn Beck had been kind of following, where the flag incident there in North Carolina, and apparently thousands of people are chiming in. They set up like a GoFundMe page. We'll give you more on that story coming up. First, we get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Donald Trump back in court Thursday in New York for his criminal trial regarding hush money. He had this to say going into the courthouse.
There's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. We're talking about 2015, 2016.
The former president's already been found in contempt for violating the gag order. The body of a fifth construction worker who went missing during the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore has been discovered. The victim identified as 49-year-old Miguel Angel Luna Gonzalez from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Salvage teams found a missing construction vehicle and the body was recovered from inside. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has increased slightly from Wednesday. AAA now reporting it at $3.67 per gallon. California drivers still face the highest prices, with the lowest in Mississippi. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty. Hello to Eskimo Mom. I've just got your email there. Guess she's got a nominee for our Dumbass of the Week Award. See if I can pull that up. Get the rest of the story, as they say. Curious. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. That is our number on a Friday morning. All right, what a mess. It was shortly after we concluded our program there Thursday morning. A section of a major interstate in Connecticut is closed after a tractor trailer carrying thousands of gallons of gasoline caught fire. Yeah, major inferno. No one was killed, amazingly. Flames engulfed an overpass while snarling traffic and damaging the bridge. News 12 Connecticut reported the tanker caught fire about 5:30 a.m. Eastern on a section of Interstate 95 in the city of Norwalk. Those flames burned for an hour before firefighters were able to extinguish them. Truck was carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline. So, yes, quite the fiery scene. The damaged another truck and a car. If you've seen the photographs and video on social media, just an incredible inferno. The section of the city street crossing the highway, Fairfield Avenue, damaged and is now closed. The Norwalk Hour reported local police estimated flames were rising 100 feet above the overpass. The Connecticut governor, Ned Lamont, shared a video of the blaze and a photo in the aftermath. I-95 exit 15. Despite the dramatic scene, thankfully everybody involved is safe, he said. Take a glimpse into the aftermath. Huge tank. Thanks to our first responders for ensuring everybody's safety. Transportation Secretary Buttigieg also commented, saying our highway team is working closely with Connecticut's DOT on the tanker fire that has closed I-95. Please heed local authorities on detours. Thanks to the first responders who are dealing with that and keeping other drivers safe. So undoubtedly major damage to the overpass occurred there. And as typically the case is, I'm sure the asphalt and everything along 95 there is going to have to be repaired and replaced. So I think that's going to be some time. It may be a while before they get that reopened there. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. I'm pulling up the story from Eskimo Mom. A man says he purchased a 2014 Mercedes GL 450 sight unseen from an out-of-state seller for about $21,000. Problems began almost immediately. Let's see. He asked for his name to remain private. Said he bought the car from a New Jersey seller. It was delivered to his home in October. Half my kids think I'm an idiot. The other half feel bad for us, he said. Said the vehicle stalls and leaks antifreeze constantly. The frame is damaged. 2 doors have been replaced. And leaking antifreeze burns in the engine, sending white smoke pouring from under the hood. We're stuck with a car we can't even drive. We can't even go visit our kids, our family. We're stuck with this car. A mechanic told him the vehicle was either in a flood or a bad collision. He spent months battling with the seller and his bank trying to recoup some of the money. You buy something sight unseen, you're taking someone's word for it. I'll never buy something again without seeing it in person and making sure they're a real dealership. He said he wouldn't let anyone he knows buy something online after his experience. If you're buying a car online from out of state, the executive editor of Kelley Blue Book recommends you send an inspection company like Lemon Squad to look at the car for you. You cannot take people's word for it. You can't just go and pay them and they'll inspect the car for you. Next, he suggests you get an escrow account to pay the seller. That'll help guarantee your safety since your money's protected until the paperwork's complete. So you can say, hey, I did get the car, but it's not what we discussed. So this guy's stuck with an SUV that breaks down constantly, and he wishes he had done his homework. Okay. Live and learn, as they say, 21 grand, and you're kind of stuck with the lemon. All right, the rest of the story out of North Carolina. Now, this doesn't mention anything about the whole big and rich, I don't believe, but thousands of generous Americans are donating to North Carolina fraternity brothers for defending the American flag. Yeah, this was the anti-Israel protest at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, where some of those anti-Israel protesters took down the American flag that prominently flies over the university's quad and replaced it with a Palestinian flag. The interim chancellor, Lee Roberts, later personally restored the American flag, but protesters repeatedly targeted the flag before police officers installed a barrier around the flagpole. At one point, fraternity brothers were photographed and videoed holding Old Glory to ensure it never touched the ground. Now, it's a pretty big flag. That incident went viral. Someone eventually started a GoFundMe campaign to throw him a ragger. The GoFundMe identified brothers from Pi Kappa Phi, Alpha Epsilon Pi, and those who helped defend the flag. Commie losers across the country have invaded college campuses to make dumb demands of weak university administrators, says the GoFundMe. But amidst the chaos, the screaming, the anti-Semitism, the hatred of faith and flag, stood a platoon of American heroes, armored in vineyard vines, fueled by Zinn and White Claws. These triumphant Bohemians protected Old Glory from the unwashed Marxist horde, laughing at their shrieks and wails and shielding the stars and stripes from Soviet missiles. As of Thursday morning, the campaign has raised nearly $400,000. Donations continue to pour in. Now, whether all that money is going to go towards some sort of a massive party, we don't know. But a representative for GoFundMe confirmed that GoFundMe is communicating with the campaign organizer to ensure the donations reach the appropriate destination. The campaign organizer, meanwhile, provided an update Wednesday saying that he's hired someone who previously worked in the White House to organize the fraternity celebration. One of the fraternity members who helped protect Old Glory said he and his brothers refused to let the protesters desecrate the flag. These people wanted to tear down the flag, and we were there to protect it. We did not allow that to happen. All of us felt that American and the American flag, and for me, the Israeli flag, represent what we believe in. All right, so that's North Carolina. Wheelchair Dave on board. What's going on? Happy Friday.
Well, happy Friday to you as well, and everybody listening in. And I sent you some really good racing news stuff. I know you normally don't do that on a Friday, but there was one in particular that I really would like you to pull up and read. It's Michael Jordan, and him being the team owner that he is for NASCAR. This goes out for Eagle. Eagle, you got to see what Michael Jordan is saying about NASCAR. It's a pretty interesting story there. And the other one, if you could pull up for Scarecrow, I hope you could share this with Scarecrow somehow. A couple weeks ago, four of those P-51 Mustangs, 4 Warbirds, flew up over the lake there. And the reason they were doing it, one of those guys, they took one veteran up that was 100 years old, and that one that's silver and blue in that picture that's up there, that's a dual control P-51. It's a 2-seater with a stick in the front and a stick in the back. And they let that 100-year-old veteran take control of that P-51 at 100 years old for a little while.
Really?
How about that?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that was awesome. But they're flying right over Lake Lanier. They're probably only up 1,000 feet. I'll tell you what, and they're just spread out. It's a gorgeous picture. I hope that you can send that to Scarecrow somehow.
Yes.
I know how you like going to Dayton Air Show and stuff, you know. One of those is Old Crow. That was my buddy Mickey Rupp that passed away. That now belongs to Jack Roush. Jack Roush, the NASCAR team, he flies that one. But he also owns that one called Gentleman Jim that looks a lot like it. That was Chuck Yeager's airplane. Yeah, so those are some famous airplanes that are up in the air right there. But anyhow, the other thing I wanted to send you, can you believe Procter & Gamble's doing a recall there in Cincinnati? 8 million laundry pods they got to call back?
Yes, I saw that. Now I know. I mean, what was the problem supposed to be? It's the packaging or something where kids can maybe get into it and they're afraid they'll try to eat them or something, or?
I think the story said there's some kind of plastic bits or something. I don't know. When that stuff was being made, it's all ground up, and who knows? Okay. I didn't read the whole complete article, but I knew you might want to take a look at that since you're right out of Cincinnati. I don't know if the princesses use pods or not, but some people do. And interesting recall, that's for sure. But Hey, you have a great weekend. Maybe I'll call in later on, and let's get them callers calling in. We're going to have a good rate. Oh,
I wanted to ask you.
Go ahead.
One thing I wanted to see if you could. I'm trying to understand this whole the Roger Penske controversy thing. What is the? I mean, they've got the push to pass or whatever, which gives them like more boost. What was the deal? Can you kind of explain that?
Well, that one's a new one on me too, but by golly, it hit hard because the very first race of the year, both Penske drivers, they took their win away from them, fined them, and apparently old Roger Penske was using way too many push to pass. You know, he had like an extra 10 of them or something like that. The other teams didn't have.
Okay.
So, it's just having a bottle of nitrous oxide right there and hitting it for the truck. Hey, give us 10 more hits there. Hell yeah, they're going to be out there in front,
That's right. Yeah, okay. So they had something that none of the other teams had then. That's what they're saying.
Well, no, the other teams have pushed to pass too, but they don't have as much. Like their nitrous bottle's like half empty, where Roger's body was his thing's full. So yeah, and AJ Foyt, look at AJ Foyt. He winds in on it and says, look, I've known this guy too long. He's a multi-billionaire. He's not going to be cheating in this stuff. There's no reason for Roger to cheat, in the IndyCar series, that's for sure. But some interesting stories. Even Michael Andretti's even calling in on that one as well.
Right.
So, that's some interesting stuff.
I printed up.
But anyhow, everybody take care.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you much, Wheelchair Dave. I printed up the Michael Andretti breakdown, and yeah, AJ Foyt was. It's quite the controversy in IndyCar. And, of course, we got the Indy 500 coming up here just around the corner. And get some other news surrounding that as well. Senor Heatwave will be checking in. First, we get a quick timeout and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So they call it a cheating scandal. Now, in the world of racing, nobody ever cheats, right? No. Michael Andretti, not accusing Roger Penske of anything nefarious, but the Andretti global boss is certain Team Penske knowingly broke IndyCar Series rules. He was on Kenny Wallace's podcast, and he says, my opinion is they knew exactly what they had. So Andretti, for the first time publicly sharing his opinion on Team Penske's improper use of push-to-pass technology in the season opener at St. Petersburg, Florida. Joseph Newgarden was the race winner. Scott McLaughlin finished third. They were both disqualified, and Will Power was docked 10 points. These are all Penske team. That's a tough one, Andretti said. When asked about Penske's culpability in this, Team Penske used push-to-pass on St. Pete starts and restarts, which isn't allowed. He explained how the issue was discovered a month later as the series prepared to race at Long Beach. It's funny how the whole thing was exposed. He said it was all by mistake. He says IndyCar forgot to turn the push-to-pass in the morning warm-up at Long Beach, and the only 3 cars to have push-to-pass were the Penske cars, he said. They were going to use it at Long Beach, which would have been a big advantage. He went on to applaud Jay Fry, IndyCar's president, for laying down the law against the series owner's team. That was a pretty gutsy move to expose it and give Roger Penske that penalty. Now, he said he was disappointed by the various explanation that Team Penske officials offered. I think they should have just owned up to it. All right, we got busted, let's go on, he said. Instead, the drivers had their story, and the team president had his story. None of their stories matched up, he said. They should have just been transparent. Andretti said heads would have rolled on his team had they been caught breaking rules. If that would have happened to our team, race director Rob Edwards would have let go. He would have been let go immediately. If it's something I didn't know about, did Penske know about it is a question. Didn't know exactly. Did he actually give him permission to do this stuff? I don't know. It's possible, he says. So, yeah. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Yeah. Good morning, Senor. Out here in Utah, these Maroons don't have enough antennas on flat land south of Spanish Fork, Utah, to have cell signal. Oh, please. Oh. Yeah, I mean, they got cell service in Beaver. They got cell service in Fillmore. They got cell service in Salt Lake. But this little patch out here, good night. All righty. I sent you some text of videos, and I'm sorry I did that, but I didn't know how else to send what I had received as a text video from a former KGB agent. And this was in 1984. And he had defected to the United States like 15 years prior to that. So I guess 1968, 1969. And he was telling us then what the Russian operatives, the communist operatives, were doing. And he said it would only take 20 years or 10 years for the influencers to influence the soft-headed idiots out here.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would have more of that going on and going on. He said, so it would, 10 years of this, the next generation gets to it because the first generation's grown up with it. Now they're teaching this. And that is exactly what we've got going on today on these college campuses. I don't think there is a blue college in any conservative state. Now, I may be wrong on this, but far as I can tell you, it's all the liberal campuses that are dealing with this. Hell, they even had a protest there in the University of New Mexico. They were in the student union building, and they stayed after hours, and they were defacing and marking up the walls and rails and floors. And it's like, that's not a way to protest. You know, it's like I said before, you don't yell fire when there ain't one in a crowded theater. And this is exactly what they're doing. They want their right, or they want the right to protest and to scream their grievances, but they won't tell anybody, you know, what they want. As far as, you know, when they go to a news crew comes up to them, they don't want to talk to nobody. You know, and Biden finally comes out of his damn shell and says, I denounce all anti-Semitism.
Right. He didn't say a hell of a lot, did he? But he's been all but silent. But hey, we got to pause for a news break there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds, or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Pro-Palestine protesters continue to cause disruptions on college campuses. One recent example with campers who set up inside a building on the campus of New York City's Fordham University, where 2 arrests were reported. Students and even some faculty were spotted locked arm in arm Wednesday, trying to keep police from forcing people out. At Columbia University in Manhattan Tuesday night, police removed protesters from a residence hall after they took control of the building the day before. Tensions remain high after the Los Angeles Police Department issued a citywide tactical alert to the pro-Palestinian encampment at UCLA. The White House is standing by its response to the pro-Palestine protests. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president has consistently condemned anti-Semitism.
No president has spoken more forcefully about combating anti-Semitism than this president.
She emphasized that while Americans have the right to protest peacefully, they must do so within the confines of the law. Interest rates are staying the same. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The Federal Reserve is keeping interest rates unchanged as officials want to see more confidence in inflation decreasing before considering rate cuts. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
So far this year, the data have not given us that greater confidence. In particular, and as I noted earlier, readings on inflation have come in above expectations. it is likely that gaining such greater confidence will take longer than previously expected.
The central bank aims to bring inflation down to 2%. Interest rates have stayed at their highest level in over 2 decades since July.
The second week of witness testimony in former President Trump's New York hush money trial resumes Thursday. Trump is expected back in court. Trump is facing nearly 36 counts of falsifying business records. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Senate Republicans condemning pro-Palestine protesters at universities across the country. Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas accusing university leaders and President Biden of neglecting the issue, referring to the protests as hate-filled little Gazas on campuses.
These criminals are chanting eliminationist slogans like, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," and globalize the Intifada. At Stanford, they wore Hamas headbands.
He suggested that the Department of Education should withhold federal funding from colleges that fail to protect the civil rights of Jewish students. Dave & Buster's will soon offer customers the option to bet on arcade games. Adults aged 18 or older who are loyalty members of the arcade will be able to place $5 wagers on games like Hot Shots basketball and skee-ball. The new technology from Lucra, a gamification software company, is expected to be available in the coming months. This move comes amid a significant increase in sports betting across the U.S. Consumers are warned of a nationwide recall of 16,000 pounds of ground beef, thanks to possible E. coli contamination. The USDA made the announcement Wednesday, recalling the beef products shipped mainly to Walmart stores across the country. You'll know the tainted beef from the brand Cargill Meat Solutions. The specific products under recall are listed online as well. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Back at it. Where do we leave off? Hour number 2, kicking things off on a Friday. we'll get to some of our travelers' weather, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. Of course, right on the heels of last weekend's devastating storms, Iowa, one of the hard-hit states, Iowa has an emergency order in place through May the 29th. The Des Moines Register reported 6 tornadoes touched down throughout the state, including multiple large, extremely dangerous storms last Friday. So this emergency declaration temporarily suspends regulatory provisions of the Iowa Code pertaining to goods and services, hours of service for disaster repair crews, and additional requirements for the transportation of loads related to disaster repairs. Clark, Crawford, Harrison, Mills, Polk, Ringgold, Shelby, and Union counties all suffered significant damage from the winds, rains, flash flooding, and tornadoes. According to the order, local resources and capabilities have been exhausted. State assistance and resources are needed to respond to and recover from the effects of this event, according to the declaration. The order activates the state's individual assistance grant and disaster care programs, which apparently provide financial assistance for disaster-related hardships there in Iowa. Now, it looks like Iowa may find themselves under the gun once again after a bit of a lull in violent weather from now till about Sunday. Mother Nature keeps on coming with a series of storms that continue to roll in from the Pacific Ocean, traverse the Rockies, then tap into the surging Gulf of Mexico moisture and the building warmth over the Great Plains. Drenching thunderstorms will continue to rumble over parts of the central states this weekend ahead of this next potential outbreak. AccuWeather's chief meteorologist Bernie Rayno says, quote, "There's another tornado outbreak looming for the central states. The situation for Monday, May 6th. In an effort to keep safe and informed, we have outlined a zone from western South Dakota to southern Oklahoma that also arches through eastern Nebraska, eastern Kansas, western and central Iowa, and western Missouri for Monday. Dozens of tornadoes are possible with the situation Monday afternoon and evening over parts of the plains, with yet again the expectation for a volatile atmospheric setup favoring severe storms and tornadoes. We're increasingly concerned that the tornado outbreak can even include some particularly, again, intense, long-track tornadoes. Now, that's what we witnessed last Friday. These tornadoes can be especially dangerous, resulting in significant property damage, especially if a populated area is struck. And sadly, we've seen in recent weeks, some of the tornadoes on Monday may strike the more dense population centers versus the more sparse, wide-open prairies of the high plains. Now, not only will many of the same areas be at risk for severe weather early next week, as what we saw there on the April 26th and 27th, Thursday, Friday of last week, but more areas on the plains will be at risk, including areas significantly further to the north. Of course, many locations are still cleaning up and even doing damage assessment mode, and this new round of storms may interfere with that. There's the potential for damaging straight-line winds, torrential downpours that can not only disrupt things but cause further damage to some of these exposed or compromised buildings and homes. In some cases where you've had portions of the roof or shingles blown off, there's a lot of folks have tarps and things of that nature in place, and that could just shred those sort of things in a heartbeat. So the rounds of severe weather and tornadoes mark a comeback in part of Tornado Alley. All right. AccuWeather forecasters expect severe thunderstorms to extend from southeastern Minnesota and southern Wisconsin southward to much of Arkansas, western Oklahoma, and northeastern Texas on Tuesday of next week. But this is the time of year severe weather season really ramps up during the month of May. Okay, on a Friday, 844-844-3388. Back to Senor Heat Wave, and the latest report I see is...
Thank you for holding me over.
We've now had in excess of 2,000 of these protesters arrested in the past couple of days.
Well, that's nice. Are they staying behind bars, or they get the, the free pass to get out of jail for free?
Right, yeah, so they can go right back and start over again? Good question.
Yep. And most of the people that are getting arrested are not college student kids. They're outside agitators. They're adults that know better, but just don't give a hoot in hell. I mean, President Biden finally come out of his shell to say, I'm against all this anti-Semitism. But then again, you have to understand the plight of the Palestinian people. What? I don't remember seeing anybody threatening any Palestinians or any Muslims, for that matter, here in the States. Yeah, we may not like them, but we're not going up there saying, we'll shoot you in the hind quarters if you don't turn around and go away back to the sands where you came from.
Right.
We're not doing that. And that damn lying sack of fertilizer, Fringe, she is such a useful tool to an idiot. I mean, there's a lot of people in that office, so I hear, that really want her to leave, but she won't. They can't fire her because then she'll probably scream discrimination against a unwed black Indian mother of 4 lesbian.
Right. She's got all the bases covered, right?
It just gets me. Yeah. And I mean, if they had a bobblehead doll, I'd use that to clean my toilet bowl with, on a regular basis. But I mean, I wouldn't want to have that in my house. Good night. La, 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 la. You know what to say about politicians. You can tell they're lying when they open their mouth.
If the lips are moving,
and that
they're
is exactly
lying.
What
Yeah.
the left is. Yes. Yep. So, yeah. I've been drinking some coffee trying to burn this damn stuff out. I tell you, I'm so sick of this. It's just, it hurts me to try to talk because there's so many things I want to talk about. And me from the truck show 2 years ago, I'm a social butterfly. I just can't sit there and not say nothing. But anyways, let's talk about something else. Interest rates and inflation. I thought they said this was transitory.
Yeah, right.
It's like, it'll go back down.
Yeah.
And they don't understand why it's come back. Well, duh. What are you doing? You're killing the country with 1,000 cuts, bleeding it, because you want to be emissions free. You want to be petroleum free. You want to have battery power. Well, this country is still a petroleum-based economy. Whether it's fuel for the cars, the trucks, the equipment out in the fields, to airplanes. I mean, tell me something that ain't petroleum-based. I mean, even the plastics we use for our foods, the styrofoams and whatnot,
yes,
the fertilizers, it's petroleum-based. What in the hell are those college-educated idiots up there not getting? I'm about as mad as right-wing nut, Good Lord. I just can't articulate it as well as he did the other night. But I mean, you know, and this year has gone by so quick so far. So far, it's gone by pretty quick. And I think it's because of our eager anticipation for the elections to get here and have true, fair, and honest elections. Whether or not we can have that's another story. But I mean, if Biden can't kill the country in the next 4 years, if he's reinstated back in office, he's going to do as much damage as he can in the 2 months that follow. And if the Supreme Court denies Trump, you know, presidential immunity, I mean, some hotshot lawyer out there is going to take Biden and his bunch and every other president that has come before, and they're going to go after them over their shady deals, like Biden with the that gun run into Mexico that killed the 2 Border Patrol agents. You know, he's going to have to go after Clinton for the crap he did by leaving the nuclear codes on a table somewhere at one of the foreign countries. They got lifted, and he'll have to go after Bush. I'm sure that was something he done that is going to be questionable. And then you're going to have to go after Biden. You know, and I think Biden's actions by bringing the enemy over here and allowing them to cross the border is tantamount to treason. You know, and if it's a life sentence that he gets hit with, well, he ain't got that much life left in him
right.
to worry about. So, I mean,
they'd be opening up the
proverbial.
They'd call that the proverbial Pandora's box. Yes. And of course, now this administration, they're actually talking about trying to open our doors for these Palestinians. They're refugees, right? Yeah, their homes have been destroyed. Let's bring them to America, because I'm sure they would all be good, upstanding citizens once they get here, right? All right, we'll get to other racing news here. I don't know if Eagle's on board with us this morning or not. Haven't heard from him yet, but he's been talking about, and brain dead as well, for some time now. And many of us, NASCAR's kind of killing the sport. And Michael Jordan kind of sounding the same sentiment just a few weeks after celebrating his first in-person win as a NASCAR Cup Series owner. Michael Jordan took a public stance on the ongoing charter and revenue-sharing negotiations between NASCAR and the teams, stressing the need for a better business model in stock car racing. He's been the co-owner of the 23XI Racing since 2021. I'll tell you a bit more of what he had to say coming up here. First, quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So right now, NASCAR and the teams are kind of in a standoff on renewing the sports charter system. It's a franchise-style model that was introduced back in 2016 to provide team owners a tangible asset and ensure all 36 chartered teams a guaranteed spot in each Cup Series race. The team owners are seeking for these charters to be made permanent. The current agreement is set to expire at the end of this season, as to not risk being left with a worthless investment. NASCAR has reserved the right to revoke a charter in the event that a team's not operating to their competitive or professional standards. NASCAR CEO Jim France has reportedly sought to not stray too far from how his grandfather, Bill France, or his father, Bill France Jr., would have operated. NASCAR teams were independent contractors for many years. Many have operated at a loss, even with the introduction of the charter system. That's an enormous difference from stick and ball sports like the NBA, where Jordan and his business partner come from. He's stumped for permanent charters as a means to ensure NASCAR's long-term survival. He says if you had permanent charters, you would create a revenue stream, either with new investors or different types of sponsorships that would subsidize that type of variance between ownership and the league. That's a big, big miss right here. If you don't correct that, this sport is going to die. Not because of the competition aspect, because economically it doesn't make sense for any business people. In all partnerships, if you grow the pie, that means your business is going to continue to grow. And to grow the pie, you've got to make sure everybody's healthy in the partnership. If our ownership in NASCAR, if our ownership is losing money and NASCAR's the only one making money, that's not a good partnership. Now, with NASCAR having struck a new $7.7 billion media rights deal last fall, revenue sharing has become a major point of contention between the sanctioning body and the teams. Per the media rights deal that started in 2015 and runs through the end of this year, teams currently only receive 25% of revenue compared to 65% that goes to racetracks and 10% that goes to NASCAR itself. Prior to the Daytona 500 in February, the teams armed themselves in negotiations, hiring antitrust lawyers who famously represented Division I college athletes in a case that led to a financial stipends for the NCAA athletes. So Michael Jordan finally speaking out and kind of echoing the sentiment of NASCAR. If you don't get you got to right the apple cart or the sport will die. All right, other industry headlines. Let's move over here as we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. We had an update in regards to recall the shooting that took place, the truck driver and the SUV driver. Turns out there was more to that story. They've identified the individual that was in the SUV that fled the scene. The Cato Parish Sheriff's Office has identified and issued a warrant for a suspect in connection with that fatal shooting. Mississippi resident Amanveer Singh, 34 years old, has been arrested on a second-degree murder charge in the death of California-based truck driver Gurpreet Singh Judge, who was 36. Singh has been arrested. CPSO is working with law enforcement in Jackson, Mississippi to extradite him to Louisiana. This was going back on April the 23rd. We've seen the I-20 on-ramp in Greenwood, Louisiana. According to KTBS reports, the dash cam video from the scene showed there was a roadway altercation between the two. So apparently Singh, in the dark-colored SUV, both drivers pulled off the road. Judge reportedly tried to strike Singh with a flashlight, then tried to flee on foot back towards I-20 when he saw Singh had a gun. Singh allegedly fired multiple times, killing Judge before he then fled the scene towards Texas. But the plot is, they said these two actually knew each other prior to the shooting. They were associates. So, very interesting. Meanwhile, what do we got? News update just ahead here on a Friday morning. A bill that would increase motor carriers' minimum liability insurance to $5 million. Yeah, back in the news. It would destroy the trucking industry. According to one member of Congress, this was being discussed this past day, I believe it was, on Capitol Hill, and we'll give you the rest of the story. Could you afford, as an owner-operator, to have a $5 million insurance policy? Hell no. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Donald Trump back in court Thursday in New York for his criminal trial regarding hush money. He had this to say going into the courthouse.
There's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. You know, we're talking about 2015, 2016.
The former president's already been found in contempt for violating the gag order. The body of a fifth construction worker who went missing during the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore has been discovered. The victim identified as 49-year-old Miguel Angel Luna Gonzalez from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Salvage teams found a missing construction vehicle and the body was recovered from inside. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has increased slightly from Wednesday. AAA now reporting it at $3.67 per gallon. California drivers still face the highest prices, with the lowest in Mississippi. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning. Dennis is on board. Dennis has no interest in NASCAR. He says, I'd rather go fishing. Good to have you on board this morning. Jerry says, good morning. Be safe out there. Thank you for being there when we need you. Jerry from Kokomo, Indiana. You may recall last December, Representative Jesus Chuy Garcia introduced the Fair Compensation for Truck Crash Victims. The bill would inflate existing minimum insurance levels from the current $750,000 all the way to $5 million, a 566% increase. Representative Mike Collins of Georgia, who owns a family trucking business, spoke to Landline Now, saying H.R. 6884 would be devastating to small business trucking companies and to the nation's consumers. He said, you got to keep in mind, 98% of trucking companies have 10 trucks or fewer. They're not even valued at $5 million. There's no way that 98% of trucking companies can afford a $5 million policy. If you were to implement that law and create a $5 million minimum liability insurance, you will destroy the trucking industries. Those companies that can withstand the increase will be forced to increase prices. It's the same thing as with anything where the government gets involved. Somebody's going to pay for whatever happens. It's going to be passed on to the consumer. Trucking rates are going to go through the roof, and consumer prices are going to skyrocket, he says. Of course, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association also pushing back against the bill. Back in January, they sent out that call to action email to members. They said there's absolutely no data to demonstrate raising minimums would improve safety in any way. And research shows existing minimums cover cost in over 99% of cases. We believe this is all motivated by trial lawyers, pointing out that motor carriers already carry, in most cases, $1 million in insurance. In addition, the most recent study into the issue found that the current minimum insurance level covered damages in 99.4% of cases. Now, so far, this bill hasn't built a whole lot of momentum. There are only 5 co-sponsors at this point. But OOIDA's asking members still to reach out to your lawmakers in opposition. Although the standalone bill has not been successful, it's possible Garcia could try to include it in a larger highway package at some point. He nearly pulled that off in 2020 and 2021. To stand up against attempts to increase minimum carriers' liability insurance, you can learn more at fightingfortruckers.com. All right. Last evening, we had shared the story of a Texas-based trucking operation going under. Now, word comes down, yet another Jacksonville, Florida-based Raven Transport Holding Incorporated said they're shutting down their over-the-road and dedicated fleets. According to the WARN notification that was filed on Wednesday, the closure of the 2 fleets will result in 83 laid-off employees, including 57 truck drivers from their facility in Jacksonville. Officials for Raven did not provide a reason for shutting down the over-the-road and dedicated fleets, but did say the closure is permanent. Raven Transport did not respond to requests from FreightWaves. All employee separations in conjunction with this action are expected to occur within a 14-day period beginning on June 30th, according to the WARN notification. Raven Transport, founded in 1985, company has 340 power units, 352 drivers, according to the FMCSA's website there. So this, again, just these segments of Raven, the over-the-road and the dedicated fleet operations going away. They continue to kind of thin the herd, as they say, in the trucking industry. The capacity continues to... At some point, the bottom will be hit. Rates will begin to increase. The cycle will begin to trend upward once again. We keep waiting and waiting. When does the bottom finally occur? On a Friday, it is 844-844-3388. Charlie joins us on a casual Friday.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Let me start off by filling in for Captain Ron. Oh, boy, this is a doozy. I've got to say it because I've been asked to. Yes, we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week, Monday. Ooh, that'll leave you a bad taste in your mouth. But on to the news. We had a problem over here at Cogswell Quarters. It seems as though Mrs. Cogswell had come out of her hat shop. Of course, that's where the famous general store, hat shop, and distillery is. She had made this hat that had a nest in it, and there was a dove in the nest. It was a perfect rendition, from what I understand. But about the time, a flock of doves flew over the hat shop, and they descended down to see what the dove's nest looked like. Well, unfortunately, 3 guys stumbled out of the distillery, seen the doves coming down, run out to their trucks, grabbed the shotguns, blew up a whole bunch of the doves. Unfortunately, her hat got hit in the process and totally destroyed. If that wasn't bad enough, the game warden happened to be in the area, heard the shots. Well, not only were they arrested for disorderly conduct, firing a firearm while drunk, but it also dove season was not in. But, well, the good thing is nobody was hurt, but the hat was a total loss. And now a word from our sponsor. D&S Enterprises, see how even I screw it up, is proud to introduce their latest product. Brought to you by their research and development group and sales group, Brain Dead and...
What the?
Brain Dead and... Well, anyway, ding that. Yeah, we're going to start selling chocolate-colored cicadas. Yes, that's right, there's a double brood, so we'll have plenty to cover in chocolate. For the incredible low price of $19.95, you can order a dozen of these crunchy treats. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can order 2 dozen. Yes, that's right. Folks, that's a over $10 value. And just remember their motto at GMA and BS Enterprises. They're brought to you by the founder's late great father. The West Virginia werewolf will treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
All right, on a Friday. Lucky thing it's Casual Friday. It's 844-844-3388. I know many of you probably have invested in an aftermarket horn for your truck, right? The train horns. I'm pretty sure Horse Feathers has a train horn on his. This is a bizarre case. An aftermarket train horn just cost a trucker nearly $2 million after a jury found him negligent in a case that left a construction worker with permanent hearing loss. A jury in Hinds County, Mississippi, recently awarding Robert Kelly $1.8 million in his lawsuit claiming a train horn installed on a truck caused him to lose his hearing. The complaint filed against Jerry Garland claims the truck driver was negligent in blasting the excessively loud horn. Now, the already unusual case took a surprising turn when Kelly sought damages for a completely unrelated loss of vision that occurred during the litigation. To add insult to injury, Garland faces a separate lawsuit against his insurance company related to having an inadequate policy limit. Now, first with the train horn incident. The lawsuit centers on the simple act of a trucker honking his horn. May of 2020, Kelly was laying asphalt when he walked in front of Garland's truck. The truck driver claims the construction worker was blocking the roadway. Consequently, he blasted his Union Pacific 3-trumpet train horn for about 10 seconds. And while Kelly was less than 10 feet in front of the truck, Kelly claims the blast from the train horn caused him to incur permanent hearing loss. According to Union Pacific, the horn's sound output is 145 decibels. For comparison, a jet engine is about 140 decibels. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration classification of permissible noise exposure maxes out at 115 decibels, after which a hearing conservation program is required. The lawsuit claims honking the train horn was unnecessary. Wow. There was no need to pull within close proximity of the plaintiff and blow his train horn for an extended period of time. There was no emergency. There was no traffic. The defendant had nowhere to be by a specific deadline. The train horn itself was an OSHA violation on the work site. further evidence of negligence. The defendant's actions were not reasonable. As a result of his injuries, Kelly was out of work for 3 months before resuming his job for another 2 years. Filed the lawsuit against Garland February of 21, then in June of 22, an unexpected medical emergency would throw a wrench in the case. While the case was being handled in the Mississippi court, Kelly lost his sight, causing him to add to the damages being sought. With the court case still pending in 2022, Kelly was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Complications from the surgery to remove the tumor left him legally blind. As a result, Kelly requires 16 hours of attendant care, according to an expert witness. Now, no one disputes the fact that Kelly's brain tumor and resulting loss of vision has anything to do with the train horn incident, including Kelly and even his expert witnesses. Despite that understanding, Kelly sought to recover nearly $4 million in damages for attendant care. Although the loss of vision had nothing to do with the train horn incident, an expert witness testified that around-the-clock attendant care is necessary due to the combination of Kelly being blind and deaf now. The expert testified that minimal assistance would be needed if Kelly were only blind. However, his additional loss of hearing escalates the severity of the situation, which requires attendant care. So with all that being considered, the jury awarding $1.8 million. Wow. All right, on a Friday morning, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, rolling into a Friday, TGIF. Hope your week's going well. What's on tap for the weekend, right? Yeah, you may have heard big time recall ground beef. Walmart customers, if you've recently purchased ground beef, check your fridge or your freeze for potentially contaminated meat. The recall announced this week by the Department of Agriculture concerns that thousands of pounds could be contaminated with E. coli. Now, the affected products are not isolated to any particular region and could be in Walmart stores nationwide, it said. Cargill Meat Solutions Hazleton, Pennsylvania, recalling approximately 16,243 pounds of raw ground beef products that may be contaminated with E. coli. It said the beef in question was packaged Friday and Saturday, I guess, last week. Anyone who purchased beef in a Walmart location since then asked to look for, there's a handful of products, 2.25 pound plastic wrap trays, 93% lean. Let's see, 93% lean, natural lean ground beef. You would see EST.86P printed on the back of the label. They've got trays containing the 4-packs, the prime rib beef steak burger patties, 2.25 pound plastic wrap trays, 85% lean. So it's the 93, 85 lean, 80% lean. According to the Food Safety and Inspection Service, Cargill Meat Solutions flagged the products in the recall after concerns were raised about potential contamination by a segregated product that might have been used to package them. All right, the FSIS said that doesn't mean that thousands of people who could have contaminated beef in their kitchens are safe. No illnesses have been reported yet as of this past afternoon. But consumers who have purchased these are urged not to consume them. They should be thrown away or returned to the place of purchase. Now, according to the CDC, it can take days for symptoms to appear after an E. coli infection. So this time, technically, enough time may not have passed yet for even people to be showing symptoms in some cases. But symptoms include, but are not limited to, severe stomach cramps, diarrhea, vomiting, fever. Walmart didn't offer a specific statement on the recall, but said on their website, "We are committed to the health and safety of our customers," blah, blah, blah. All right, in the event of a product recall, we work swiftly to block the item from being sold, remove it from our stores and clubs. Walmart also provided a comprehensive list of every location where the potentially contaminated beef was shipped. Now, I said it could be anywhere, but many of the stores are on the East Coast: Virginia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Maryland, New York. Many of the locations there. So, I guess that'd be Walmart and Sam's Club as well, I guess. It is 844-3388. And the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Well, before I get on my thing here, I got one thing to say. Good morning, Miss Millie. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Well, I tell you what, we've had some issues going on in the Albuquerque Public School Districts. I don't know if y'all heard about it, but at one of the graduation parties, they had a stripper come in with her brass poles. Needless to say, a lot of the parents were not happy about that. Stories are that a lot of the senior boys were, and it was evident, but they just were not real happy about how that transpired. And then at a prom at a Trisco High School there in Albuquerque, the principal came out in drag and was doing a little booty shake.
Oh, boy.
For the whole damn bunch of people. Yeah. Well, crap like this was going to happen. Because when you pull God out of schools, you're letting a space there for the devil to take over. When you don't discipline kids, then they're going to be doing some weird stuff too. Like the shooting in Colorado about 25 years ago. And all this school shooting is going on. I mean, good Lord, bringing a gun to school. It was, when I was going to school, you'd bring a frog. Well, if you bring a frog to school today, you're going to be afraid someone's going to shoot the damn thing. So, yeah, I tell you what, the morals and values of this country has gone to hell in a handbasket. And anybody of the Jewish faith who thinks Democrats are their friends, all I got to say is this. Look at what's going on the college campuses. I wouldn't say they're your friends. I'd say they're your worst enemy. But if you continue to vote for them, excuse me, I need to be an adult beverage. You continue to vote for these people, I'm afraid you're going to get what you deserve. Well, senor, with that one now, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good weekend.
All right. I'd kind of missed the scoop out of New Mexico. I'm pulling that story up, but that's rather bizarre. Yes. Angry parents wondering what school officials were thinking when they invited a provocative dancer to perform at the school's prom. The video started circulating, parents demanding answers. The performer, who was actually in drag. Uh-oh. All right, we'll get the rest of the story after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump is back in court Thursday for his criminal trial regarding hush money in New York. The former president criticized the timing of the trial before heading into the courtroom Thursday morning.
There's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. You know, we're talking about 2015, 2016. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Afterwards, Trump said this case is nothing more than a way to keep him off the campaign trail. The lawyer who represented the two women central to Donald Trump's New York trial denies any involvement in a hush money scheme. Keith Davidson, who represented both Playboy model Karen McDougal and adult film star Stormy Daniels, stated that the $130,000 payment to Daniels wasn't intended as hush money to influence the 2016 election. On the stand Thursday, Davidson emphasized it wasn't a payoff, it wasn't hush money, it was consideration. Pro-Palestinian protests continue on college campuses. Early Thursday morning, Los Angeles police cleared an encampment on UCLA's campus, resulting in the arrest of over 100 people. Meanwhile, Columbia University has announced that all classes and final exams will be conducted remotely for the remainder of the school year. The White House is standing by President Biden's recent remarks in which he referred to U.S. allies Japan and India as xenophobic. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre stated that the president was making a broader statement about how immigrants contribute to the strength of nations.
It is important for us to remember that we are a country of immigrants. I'm explaining what he was talking about and how he was what he was focusing on in those comments. Country of immigrants, it makes us stronger. It is important to be very clear about that.
Biden made the comments during a campaign fundraiser Wednesday, grouping the countries together with China and Russia. He attributed their economic challenges to a reluctance to accept immigrants. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The body of the 5th construction worker who went missing during the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore has been discovered. The victim identified as 49-year-old McGill and Hal Luna Gonzalez from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Salvage teams located a missing construction vehicle and the body was recovered from inside. One bridge worker is still missing. The reconstruction of the Key Bridge is estimated to cost nearly $2 billion. Maryland Transportation Secretary Paul Wiedfeld informed the Baltimore Sun and Washington Post on Thursday that replacing the collapsed structure will likely come with a preliminary price tag ranging from $1.7 to $1.9 billion. He added that the new bridge is expected to be completed by the fall of 2028. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has slightly increased from Wednesday, with AAA reporting it at $3.67 per gallon. California drivers still face the highest prices at the pump with an average of $5.37 per gallon. Conversely, the lowest average price can be found in Mississippi at just $3.12 per gallon. Southwest Airlines will offer $75 travel vouchers for certain cancellations and delays mandated by the U.S. Transportation Department following the 2022 holiday meltdown. Passengers can claim a Southwest Love voucher if their flight is canceled or delayed within a week of departure, or if they arrive 3 or more hours later than planned. Vouchers are not applicable, however, if the flight is affected by other factors like weather. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum
At
order may
Hot
be
Shot
required.
Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
and welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, kicking off a brand new day, Friday. Yes, we turned the page on the calendar, third day of May. Of course, all the Star Wars fans will be doing binge watching. I suppose for Saturday, May the 4th be with you. All right. Oh boy, copy the mail. 5-7 is on board. Got him coming up here. It's been missing in action. Get a full report. Roki checks in. May the 4th of 1970. That was the date Ohio National Guard fired into a crowd at Kent State, killing 4, wounding 9. My aunt was at the campus bookstore. I was 12 at the time. It was a sad event. But I did like the song. Tin Soldiers and Nixon's Coming. Ohio, Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young. We did get an update on the potential mass shooting that was averted earlier this week at the middle school in Wisconsin, where the 14-year-old suspect was shot and killed. The Daily Wire says Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul said the armed 14-year-old suspect was a student at the Mount Orab School District. The district went into lockdown at roughly 11:15 Wednesday morning. Explained that the male student, whose identity has not been released, approached the middle school with a weapon before he was confronted by Mount Orab police officers. Police officers from the local department responded to a report of an individual with a weapon outside the middle school. Police officers responded to that threat and used deadly force. An anonymous police source tells the local CBS affiliate the 14-year-old suspect fired his weapon at a group of students who were participating in an outdoor activity. The teenager's shots missed all the students. The suspect was quickly shot and killed by responding officers. Now, while Kaul did not confirm the CBS report, the Wisconsin Attorney General explained that multiple police officers were on administrative leave as a result of Wednesday's incident, including a resource officer who worked at the school district. As we know, officers are typically placed on administrative leave when required to use lethal force. So it sounds like that indeed was the case there in Wisconsin. Nothing about motivation, but a student obviously disgruntled about something. Crisis averted in that case, though. Thank goodness. All righty, 5-7 must be in the swamp. Thought we were going to get a full report. So we've got clear lines. Quiet on a Friday. Where are we all at? How about a first-time caller? Get you a $60 Hot Shot Secret voucher. It's 844-844-3388. So with all the protests and after in some cases weeks of patiently allowing them to overtake some of these campuses, this week the crackdowns have really ramped up. And to date, I believe they're telling us 2,000 plus, at least 2,000 have now been arrested around the country. College campuses, demonstrations, and arrest occurring in almost every corner of the nation. In the last 24 hours, they've drawn the most attention at the University of California, Los Angeles. Chaotic scenes played out early Thursday when officers in riot gear surged against a crowd of demonstrators. Hundreds of protesters at UCLA defied the orders to leave, some actually forming human chains as police fired flashbangs to break up the crowds. At least 200 were arrested, according to Sergeant Rubio of the Highway Patrol, citing data from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Rubio said they were being booked at the county jail's complex near downtown L.A. UCLA police will determine what charges to bring against them. Later Thursday morning, workers removed the barricades and dismantled the protesters' fortified encampment there. Bulldozers scooping up bags of trash and tents, some of the buildings covered in graffiti. Tent encampments calling on these universities to stop doing business with Israel or companies they say support the war in Gaza. As we know, have spread across campuses nationwide. A student movement unlike any other this century. Of course, it started at Columbia University, April the 17th, and it's spiraled out of control since then. California Highway Patrol officers poured into the UCLA campus by the hundreds early Thursday. Face shields, protective vests, held their batons out to separate them from demonstrators who wore helmets and gas masks chanting, "You want peace? We want justice." For hours, officers warned over the loudspeakers that there would be arrest if the crowd of more than 1,000 people did not disperse. Protesters and police shoved and scuffled as officers encountered resistance. Police helicopters hovering, the sound of flashbangs piercing the air. Police pulled off protesters' helmets and goggles and began making arrests. They methodically ripped apart the encampment's barricade of plywood pallets, metal fences, and dumpsters, pulling down dozens of canopies and tents. So the number of protesters began to diminish through the morning, some leaving voluntarily with their hands up, others being detained by police. The continued warnings, contrasting with the scene Tuesday night, where the counter-demonstrators attacked the pro-Palestinian encampment, throwing traffic cones, releasing pepper spray, tearing down barriers. Fighting between those two sides continued for hours before police stepped in. No one was arrested, but at least 15 protesters were injured. So this is where things are beginning to spiral out of control. As we've been saying, if you don't shut this stuff down, people are going to get hurt. Somebody's going to end up dead. By Wednesday afternoon, a small city had sprung up inside the reinforced encampment with hundreds of people and tents on the quad. They rebuilt the makeshift barriers around their tents while the state and campus police watched on. Some protesters said Muslim prayers as the sun set, others chanting, "We're not leaving," passing out goggles and surgical masks. They got their helmets and their headscarves. So Wednesday night, the crowd grew as the night wore on. More officers poured onto the campus. One nearby resident who went to UCLA Wednesday evening to support the pro-Palestinian demonstrators said, "We need to take a stand. Enough is enough." Governor Newsom denounced the delayed law enforcement response on Tuesday. UCLA's chancellor promised there would be an investigation. So the community needs to feel the police are actually protecting them, not enabling others to harm them. Iranian state television carrying live images of the police action at UCLA, as did Qatar's Al Jazeera satellite network. Live images of LA also played across Israeli television networks. The world is watching. Iran is loving this. I saw where apparently Tehran, there in Iran, has said these pro-Palestinian protesters are our people. For protesters who had been arrested or suspended from their respective schools, Tehran says we will offer free scholarships for them to attend college in Tehran. Obviously, looking to find potential future terrorists. It's 844-844-3388 on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
National Circuit has over 120 dates and times to keep us busy. But our member organizations take truck and tractor pulling to a whole new level for over 30 nights and afternoons. We can safely say that the state of our motorsport is strong. From National Tractor Pros Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We've taken time over the past couple of months to go into some detail on the 2024 NTPA Grand National and Regional National event schedules. But there's another circuit that lives under the NTPA's umbrella. Or rather, 5 such circuits, which encompass member state events in Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the Carolinas. In addition to hosting national events, these states and territories have their own events, all of which run under the NTPA member state banner, and in which competitors and their vehicles are held to the same competition and safety standards as the national runners. So let's start with the most extensive state circuit, Minnesota. In addition to hosting national events in Hutchinson, Anoka, Jordan, and Houston, the Land of 10,000 Lakes will present 15 United Pullers of Minnesota events. Corcoran on June 1st, Wadena on June 22nd, Barnesville on July 12th, Herman on July 19th, Faribault on July 20th, Blue Earth on July 24th, Durham on July 26th, Montevideo on July 31st, Arlington on August 1st, Pipestone on August 2nd, Austin on August 8th, Waconia on August 9th, Wilmer on August 10th, Ogilvie on August 23rd, and back to Corcoran on August 24th. For more information on these Minnesota events, visit the United Pullers of Minnesota website at upmpullers.com. Next up is Wisconsin, home of national polls in Ellsworth, Tomah, Lancaster, River Falls, Menominee, Norwalk, Weyauwega, and Ridgeland. but also the sites of 6 Wisconsin Tractor Pullers Association events in Stanley on June 7th, Ettrick on June 15th, Jim Falls on July 5th, Colby on August 17th, Jim Falls again on August 31st, and Marshfield on September 7th. Check out WTPAPULL.com for classes and start times. Our friends in the Carolinas are up next, and besides Benson, Lumberton, and Raleigh being destinations for national pulling, the United Pullers of the Carolinas will present 5 events beginning in Taylors, South Carolina this Saturday, May 4th, Wilson, North Carolina on August 2nd and 3rd, Ringgold, Virginia on August 9th and 10th, Winston-Salem, North Carolina on August 23rd and 24th, and back to Wilson on September 18th. UPOCpulling.com has all the info you need to make plans to attend. Then comes Indiana, and in addition to national events in Greenfield, Arcola, Rushville, Logansport, Greensburg, Roanoke, and Lynn, the Hoosier State Tractor Pullers Association will present its own polls in Rochester on June 22nd, Richmond on June 25th, Muncie on July 18th, and Indianapolis on August 4th. To learn more, point your browser to hstpapull.com. And finally, among the member states is Michigan, where along with national events in Morley twice, Fremont, Dorr, Charlotte, Hartford, Adrian, Cassopolis, Monroe, Coldwater, Jackson, Marshall, Berrien Springs, Allegan, Centerville, and Hillsdale, the Wolverine Pullers will pull on a poll in Saline on August 31st. WolverinePullers.com is your resource for poll details. The dates and times of all these polls, national and state, are available through the schedule page at ntpapull.com. We thank our NTPA member state officers and staff for their diligence in keeping state-level polling thriving across the USA. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. Appreciate the update. What a mess in the Houston area this past day. Torrential rain, flooding, southeastern Texas. And officials in one county were actually asking residents to leave. System dumped heavy rain in Montgomery County, on the northern edge of Harris County and Houston. Montgomery County issued a voluntary evacuation order, said roads were closed because of flooding along the San Jacinto River. Generally 5 to 8 inches of rain in 24 hours. Some spots saw 10 to 12 inches, according to the National Weather Service. More rain expected through Friday morning. The Weather Service warned flash flooding was expected in Houston, including at Bush Intercontinental Airport. The San Jacinto River Authority closed Lake Conroe in Montgomery County because of high water levels. They were releasing water from the dam that created the reservoir. County officials warned that downstream flooding is imminent as water is released. Emergency management officials said the area could see flooding similar to that caused by the remnants of Tropical Storm Imelda, which dumped more than 40 inches of rain in some locations, and I remember that well back in 2019. That was just unbelievable flooding that occurred at that time. So be aware there in southeastern Texas. As the one gentleman from that region earlier said, if you're going to get off the major thoroughfares, the major interstates, there's a lot of road closures, a lot of flooding going on. All right, we get the numbers. Maryland planning to rebuild the Key Bridge in just over 4 years at an estimated cost between $1.7 and $1.9 billion, according to a transportation official this past day. So this is going to be the traffic nightmare for truckers in and around Baltimore. This is going to be years. The state plans to build a new span by the fall of 28, according to a spokesman for the Maryland DOT. Now, the cost estimate is preliminary. Detailed engineering specifics haven't been confirmed yet, but they did say Thursday the state's treasurer filed a claim on the day of the bridge collapse against our $350 million property policy and put on notice our $150 million liability policy, first-tier carrier, on behalf of MDTA. We expect the full property policy to be paid very shortly. The broker for the bridge's insurance policy confirmed this past day a $350 million payout will be made to the state of Maryland in what's expected to be the first of many payouts related to the collapse. Chubb, the company that insured the bridge, is preparing to make the $350 million payment. A spokesperson for WTW confirmed plans for the payout, which will be the first reported by the Wall Street Journal. All right. Salvage and demolition crews still working round the clock to clear the wreckage, focused primarily on freeing the Dolly, the ship, from the massive steel pan that came crashing down on the bow of the ship there. I think we mentioned last evening that will allow the ship to be refloated, guided back to the port of Baltimore. That'll also allow most maritime traffic to resume through that busy East Coast port. Okay, it's 844-3388. I look at the clock. We're only about a minute from news break, so we'll get to that. Pappy will be checking in here again on a quiet Friday morning. Coming up, we'll talk a bit more about predatory towing. It's become a popular term. A term with which all too many motor carriers and drivers, for whatever reason, have become uncomfortably familiar. It's possible your company's been a victim of the practice, which goes well beyond fees for towing a disabled vehicle from the side of the road. Like I said, we'll delve more into that coming up here. Oh, and I pulled up the rest of the story that right Wingnut mentioned there in Albuquerque, where I think several school officials have been dismissed. Who thought it was a good idea to bring in a cross-dressing stripper or for a provocative dancer, as they referred to it, for prom night? Okay, lots to cover on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Donald Trump back in court Thursday in New York for his criminal trial regarding hush money. He had this to say going into the courthouse.
There's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. You know, we're talking about 2015, 2016.
The former president's already been found in contempt for violating the gag order. The body of a fifth construction worker who went missing during the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore has been discovered. The victim identified as 49-year-old Miguel Angel Luna Gonzalez from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Salvage teams found a missing construction vehicle and the body was recovered from inside. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has increased slightly from Wednesday. AAA now reporting it at $3.67 per gallon. California drivers still face the highest prices, with the lowest in Mississippi. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, got other NASCAR news. I know, Dennis, you don't care. Some may be interested, though. It's in association with the big day coming up. Indy 500, Coca-Cola 600. You get the idea. Yeah, I'm looking at the... that's a good one. I presume this is a meme. Gets a chuckle out of me, though. A tweet which reads, Fox News has obtained a Google document with a list of needs that the protesters at the UCLA camp are requesting, including vegan and gluten-free food, super bright flashlights with strobes, rope and zip ties, helmets, shields, and wood, lotion, no sunscreen, just lotion, knee and elbow pads. That's pretty good. I like that, Pappy.
Oh, man. Steve, that's like somebody just, opens your door, walks in your house, sits down on your couch, refuses to leave, right? Then they tell you, hey, go make me dinner, man. There you ask who the stupid people that requested this provocative dancer. Same people that infiltrated our schools, Steve.
Yeah.
These same agitators that have infiltrated the... Do you see that mugshot?
I'm looking at. I've got I got the full lineup of mug shots, and then you can tell. I mean, like the one you highlighted, that ain't a student.
Oh man. Oh, Steve, listen.
I can't help but wonder if
agitators
are any of them students.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of students that are out there, but the agitators, I don't know. You know, I don't think none of the agitators are students. They're flown in, bussed in, man, given paychecks. And Steve, you know, these agitators, it's got nothing to do with Palestine and Israel. They are here to cause havoc on our streets and to try to bring down this country. We've seen it with the Black Lives Matters, all the Antifa, anything the media can do, right, to push a narrative, they're going to show up and cause havoc. Did you see this other email I just sent you?
The term frequency in newspapers. Wow.
Yes, sir. So I don't know if they used AI to do this or what, but they went back, I guess, and scanned all the newspapers and were looking to see how many words of racism or racist was used in these newspapers. And as Steve can tell you, it goes back from what, 2010 to 2020?
It goes, I mean, it actually goes from
it's pretty much a flat line.
Starts in 1970. It starts in 1970 with the New York Times, and then about, closer to 1980, they got the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and the LA Times. All four of them, late 1990s. And those words... Yeah, you look at the chart, just goes nearly straight up, starting about 2015, I guess.
Yeah. As soon as Trump took presidency, right?
Sounds about right.
Straight up into the heavens. Yeah, man. Steve, we know they infiltrated our educational systems, right? China. Not just our colleges, our high schools too, man. As you can just see, they're showing up at our proms, man. Elementary schools. See, what would you do if I told you they infiltrated the CIA too? Would you be surprised?
I don't think I'd be surprised. No. I kind of wonder if there's any facet of this country they haven't got into.
Keep an eye on the news tomorrow. Project Veritas, James O'Keefe.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be coming out actually today. Haven't seen it yet. Steve, he's supposed to be coming out with a story that's going to shake everybody's boots that are normal. I don't know all the details to it, but he is talking about how the CIA has been forming a coup, I guess, against our country. The higher-ups. So I don't know. I'll have to try to check this thing out, but there were some people talking that this is going to be the story of the century.
Really? That big, huh?
We think Spygate. Yeah, that's what they're saying, man. Well, I don't know. Wait and see what comes up. Apparently, President Trump has been advised that this is coming out. A lot of people are worried that they might try to whack James O'Keefe for putting this out.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I wish I, had more details for you.
Yeah, well, he's
I don't even know if you'll be able to Google it. You're not there.
He's put out some pretty big bombshells over the years with his undercover cameras and conversations. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, supposedly we had some patriots, some whistleblowers inside the CIA come out and said, listen, man, enough's enough. I can't. Like most whistleblowers that are honest whistleblowers, they just can't do it no more, man. Can't lie no more for you guys. I don't know. We'll see, man. Hey, Gina was talking about something. I don't know why it just come to my mind. Let me think about this here for a second. I guess they're going to start trying to pull another Spygate, right? This time it's going to be China. Oh, here's what it was. Trump came out against banning TikTok, apparently. He had some words that pretty much what I said the other night. I'm not so sure this is a good idea. You start, you ban TikTok. What else is it going to allow the government to ban? You know what I'm saying?
The slippery slope.
You're kind of walking a tightrope there. Slippery slope there. Gina was like, you flag it. His famous words, flag it, mark my words. They're going to come out and say, see, Trump is in cahoots with China. He said flag it. So we'll see. Same thing they do with the old Russia hoax. And Steve, here's the thing about the whole Russia deal. So these people come out and say they got a video, right, of Trump in Moscow in a motel room with some Russian hookers. And we'll just call it the PP hoax or the PP tape, right?
Correct.
So anybody that knew Trump, he's a germaphobe, man. They knew from the get-go. Well, this is a bunch of crap because that ain't never going to happen. The guy's a germaphobe. So that was the whole hoax, is Russia's got this tape, they're holding it over Trump's head. So therefore Trump's, working with the Russians. That's what Hillary Clinton and her campaign people, managed to dig up. And boy, did they do a good job, and the media just went right along with it. There was a 10-month investigation into it. How many millions of dollars was spent, and not one shred of evidence that any of that was true. All right, my man. That's all I got, brother. Can't think of anything else, really. Yeah, man. Hey, we said this summer's going to be interesting, man. I hate to keep bringing up Bongino. I mean, we've talked about it before, but he just happened to mention it again. He said, you talk about an October surprise.
Yeah.
They're not going to wait till October. There's going to be a June, July, August, September surprise. He's concerned about the conventions, both of them, specifically maybe the Democratic convention. That these same people showing their butts up here at these colleges are going to be at the Democratic convention this time around. So Biden just, he can't come out and just, he's got to support both sides. He's tricky with his words, because he don't want to lose these far leftist kids' vote. So he's tiptoeing around this whole deal here.
Yep.
you know, so. And then if Trump gets elected, hold on tight for 2 months until Inauguration Day.
Yeah. He wants the vote from Israeli supporters, and he wants the vote for the pro-Palestinian supporters. Can't afford to lose either side, right? So he can't take a stand, a true stand. All right, I did a quick search on the O'Keefe thing, and this is, report says, political activist and author James O'Keefe releasing a video claiming a CIA official, Amjad Saisi, F-S-E-I-S-I, Saisi, was caught admitting that the agency and several officials, including Mike Pompeo, withheld information from Donald Trump when he was president. The official can be heard saying that the Central Intelligence Agency is currently monitoring the Republican and his ex-wife. The intelligence agency has not reacted to the video yet. But O'Keefe, in a post on X, said, Saisi is a project manager working in cyber operations for the CIA. He's also a National Security Agency contractor with top secret clearance working for Deloitte. Saisi, according to O'Keefe, was on undercover cameras when he implicated the highest levels of the intelligence agencies, including the executive staff. We're talking about the director and his subordinates, former CIA directors, Gina Haspel. And I believe Mike Pompeo did the same thing too. The official can be heard saying. He adds, they kept information from him, Trump, because we knew he'd effing disclose it. He further adds, Trump is a Russian asset. There are certain people that would give him a high-level overview but never give him any details. You know why? Because he'll leak those details. He's a Russian asset. He's owned by the effing Russians. Video says the CIA official saying he and his team are monitoring the former president. We monitor everything. We also have people that monitor his ex-wife. He likes to use burner phones. He reveals that the CIA steals information and hack other countries just like that. Amjad states that he currently works on the CIA's China Mission Center. We don't share information across agencies because the CIA is very reluctant to share information with the careless NSA, he says. Now, again, it's on video. The video, so if you got the tape, you got the audio, you got the video, it's not like it's some conspiracy theory allegations. It's factual. All right. Yeah, watch your back, Mr. O'Keefe. Yeah, taking on the CIA. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right. Hello, Gary Montgomery. Happy Friday to you. Billy's on board. Says, good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive, folks. Yay, it's Friday. Have a great day. Thank you, Billy. All right, Dateline Albuquerque. Angry parents wondering what school officials were thinking when they invited a provocative dancer to perform at the school's prom. Video began circulating online last weekend, parents demanding answers from school authorities. The performer, who was in drag, expressed anger and concern for his safety since the video began circulating. Atrisco Heritage Academy, the high school's senior prom, took place at the Kiva Auditorium Convention Center. Parents were shocked to see who was performing at the event. Parents tell KRQE News it was highly inappropriate. It's like, oh my God, can you believe this happened? Well, here's a video. That happened at prom? One mother says, disgusting, inappropriate. A performer in drag invited to perform at the senior prom. Now, we spoke to several parents who wanted to remain anonymous to protect their children's identities. One mother said her son went to the prom, told her what happened. Since then, the video's gone viral, sparking outrage. Other parents say something like this should not have been approved and added that staff and chaperones should have intervened. What did they think they were going to get out of it? Like, it's so inappropriate, says another parent. Why were the parents not warned this was going to be happening at a school function? It's still a school function. Parents should be made aware of the situation, whether it's a dance at the school, a sporting event. Parents should be made aware of what's happening. Parents questioned how the school considered this to be an age-appropriate event for teenagers. One mom said, I've had multiple kids at this school. I've never had to deal with this issue until this year. And this year, it just seems like they are failing. They're failing the students. They're failing the parents. To me, it's a fail all around. Now, the news outlet, KRQE, actually spoke to the performer that he's angered by the reaction to the video and the media attention. He said he's since received death threats and threats against his employer. He declined to speak on camera. One parent said she wanted a refund for her children's prom ticket. Albuquerque Public Schools emailed a letter to parents Wednesday saying the district is investigating what occurred and how students were impacted. They add this is a personnel matter. No other information is available at this time. I think I saw some other headlines that maybe there are 3 personnel that maybe are on like administrative leave right now, part of the investigation. Probably those who were in the know about authorizing or maybe even setting up the performance there at the prom. All right. On a casual Friday, it's 844-844-3388. 2014 NASCAR Cup Series champion Kevin Harvick retired from full-time competition at the end of last season, joined Fox broadcasting booth where he serves as a driver analyst along with Clint Boyer and Mike Joy. Now, the 60-time race winner is set to return to the Cup Series with Hendrick Motorsports, doing so as a standby driver for Kyle Larson at North Wilkesboro Speedway ahead of next month's All-Star race. Because of Larson's IndyCar commitments at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway ahead of the Indy 500 and his quest to become the fifth driver to attempt the Memorial Day double, and maybe just the second driver to ever actually complete it, he will not be able to participate in all the sessions leading up to the All-Star race, which he actually won last year. Specifically, Harvick set to drive the number 5 Chevrolet in practice and qualifying for the All-Star race on the 17th. That's when Larson is going to be participating in Fast Friday practice for the Indy 500, with the engines turned up in preparation for qualifying on Saturday the 18th and Sunday the 19th. Larson is not guaranteed to return to North Wilkesboro on Saturday for the heat races, depending on when he qualifies and how many attempts he makes behind the wheel of the number 17 McLaren Hendrick Chevrolet. All right. News break, top of the hour. More after this on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja Series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump is back in court Thursday for his criminal trial regarding hush money in New York. The former president criticized the timing of the trial before heading into the courtroom Thursday morning.
There's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. You know, we're talking about 2015, 2016. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Afterwards, Trump said this case is nothing more than a way to keep him off the campaign trail. The lawyer who represented the two women central to Donald Trump's New York trial denies any involvement in a hush money scheme. Keith Davidson, who represented both Playboy model Karen McDougal and adult film star Stormy Daniels, stated that the $130,000 payment to Daniels wasn't intended as hush money to influence the 2016 election. On the stand Thursday, Davidson emphasized it wasn't a payoff, it wasn't hush money, it was consideration. Pro-Palestinian protests continue on college campuses. Early Thursday morning, Los Angeles police cleared an encampment on UCLA's campus, resulting in the arrest of over 100 people. Meanwhile, Columbia University has announced that all classes and final exams will be conducted remotely for the remainder of the school year. The White House is standing by President Biden's recent remarks in which he referred to U.S. allies Japan and India as xenophobic. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre stated that the president was making a broader statement about how immigrants contribute to the strength of nations.
It is important for us to remember that we are a country of immigrants. I'm explaining what he was talking about and how he was what he was focusing on in those comments. Country of immigrants, it makes us stronger. It is important to be very clear about that.
Biden made the comments during a campaign fundraiser Wednesday, grouping the countries together with China and Russia. He attributed their economic challenges to a reluctance to accept immigrants. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The body of the 5th construction worker who went missing during the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore has been discovered. The victim identified as 49-year-old McGill and Hal Luna Gonzalez from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Salvage teams located a missing construction vehicle and the body was recovered from inside. One bridge worker is still missing. The reconstruction of the Key Bridge is estimated to cost nearly $2 billion. Maryland Transportation Secretary Paul Wiedfeld informed the Baltimore Sun and Washington Post on Thursday that replacing the collapsed structure will likely come with a preliminary price tag ranging from $1.7 to $1.9 billion. He added that the new bridge is expected to be completed by the fall of 2028. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has slightly increased from Wednesday, with AAA reporting it at $3.67 per gallon. California drivers still face the highest prices at the pump with an average of $5.37 per gallon. Conversely, the lowest average price can be found in Mississippi at just $3.12 per gallon. Southwest Airlines will offer $75 travel vouchers for certain cancellations and delays mandated by the U.S. Transportation Department following the 2022 holiday meltdown. Passengers can claim a Southwest Love voucher if their flight is canceled or delayed within a week of departure, or if they arrive 3 or more hours later than planned. Vouchers are not applicable, however, if the flight is affected by other factors like weather. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Yeah, folks out west gearing up for a windy weekend. Storm that's going to come in starting today and progressing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. A lot of winds stretching through southern portions of Nevada, right on across Arizona, New Mexico, western Texas. Obviously, there'll be high wind advisories, red flag warnings. Winds strong enough to topple high-profile vehicles. Be aware traveling out west over the weekend here. That's the same storm that ultimately early next week brings another potential severe weather tornadic outbreak to the heart of the country once again. Well, there he is on a casual Friday. Where you been, anonymous hippopotamus?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, we got our 4 o'clock load time here for the start our casual Friday out, so we slept in until 2 o'clock there to start our day to go chasing after the truck, to spend all day out in the daytime today. Something just totally not right about that. I don't know. I don't know what to do about this, but summertime kind of screws me up. My schedule gets off and screwed up, and because I get stuck having to work around what other people want to work for their schedule. So I don't have as much control in the summertime as I would like to as I do in the wintertime with my schedule. So, but anyways, so listening on the news there a little bit, and I was glad to hear that they found another construction worker there at the Key Bridge accident site.
Yeah.
So that's one more to go, and we can get on after that. Not to take anything away from their deaths or anything, but get that taken care of and resolved in the respect to the families. But get on with the operation and start really getting full speed into cleaning things up and moving ahead. And now the thing I keep getting confused about in the newscast there is they kind of said it both ways there. They talked about the replacement of the damaged part, but then they said the price of a new bridge is $2 billion. So the question is, are they just replacing the damaged section for $2 billion, or are they going to try to replace that whole bridge at this point for $2 billion to take to 2028 to get completed? Because really, to replace the damaged sections, if the rest of the remaining bridge can be used, it shouldn't take until 2028. But then again, I'm a truck driver and not an engineer, so anyways, we'll let that go at that. But maybe smarter people can have answers for those questions. But so the deal at the Columbia University there, and the news showed the destruction and devastation that was outside the campus building, all around the grounds, and the damage that was done, and the amount of cleanup that's going to have to be done to get things back in order. And now hearing on your newscast they're canceling all in-school classes. Everything is going to be virtual to the end of the year.
Yep.
And who knows what else they're going to cancel, because of not being on campus. These people that were arrested, need to make retribution for all that. They should pay for the complete cleanup. They should pay for the complete NYPD operation. They should pay back. Here you go. Pay back the student loans and costs that people pay. These people that are going to school virtually now instead of attending classes, they didn't pay to have virtual classes. They paid to sit in front of a professor in a classroom and be instructed and learn and have the resources of the campus, not to sit in some dorm room looking at a laptop or an iPad or whatever. They should be reimbursed wholly for their tuition money, and the people that caused this should be held accountable to do it. And hey, to get back to what Pappy said the other night, I know he responded to me, and I totally respect Pappy, and he's on probably more smarter than I am. But do you remember there was a cruise ship that was bobbing around somewhere around? Was supposed to end up, it was a Carnival one, was supposed to go to I believe, like Cozumel, Mexico or something, and lost propulsion and energy and power and bobbed around out there on the water for multiple days. And they were handing out, what kind of bags were they? They were the red bags, the bio-type bags you're supposed to do it like Knuckle Buster does it. You get your Homer bucket, you put your bag in the bucket, you get your kitty litter and a roll of toilet paper, and you go sit on your bucket, and then you tie it up with a zip tie for disposal. You remember what that ship was like? You remember what they nicknamed that ship, Your Honor?
I know it was the barf boat. I mean, there was actually raw sewage like running down the walls inside the interior.
Exactly. It was the poop boat. Your Honor. So, but I bet you Carnival's got that ship cleaned up, back fully operation, and you would never know that it happened.
Oh, they did. Yes, they renamed it as well.
Of course they did. Yeah, because you wouldn't want it to be known as the turd of the sea. But so if the lockdown had happened like I said, and you closed that building down, and you turned off the electric, and you turned off the water, and you closed those people in on that going towards 90-degree days, do you think they would have made a mess? But there's companies out there that could have cleaned that up and taken care of that in that area, and actually they could have gone in and actually contained them to the area they were in, and not let them go through the rest of the building any further than what they'd gotten. But then again, at the end of it, charge them for whatever damages that they caused. Make them be accountable and pay for whatever they've done. If you want to protest and you want to do that, then here's what you got to pay when you get done. So after we get done arresting you. So I don't know. That's I know that our bizarro world will never for their actions anymore, because it just seems to be the way it's gotten to be. But in the real right side up world, people would be held accountable for what they do. I mean, here, get this real quick, and it has absolutely nothing to do with anything other than the fact that my boss was at the Home Depot yesterday, and when he's pulling in, there's some guy with a Jeep, Grand Cherokee or something like that, and he's got one of them flat carts there. It's just the flat wagon, the bed wagon. It's not the one you stand the sheetrock on its side. It's just the flat cart with the big handle in the back, and he's got all kinds of stuff piled up on it. And the parking lot is on a slope, so when he gets to his Jeep, he lets it go so he can go open the back of the Jeep, and the wagon with all his Home Depot goods goes rolling away, crashes into the side of a Land Rover, whatever the expensive one is, the ones that go for like $100,000, crashes into the side of this thing. He nonchalantly just kind of walks back over, grabs a hold of the handle, looks around to see if anybody saw him, and pulls it back to his Jeep Cherokee and starts offloading it and pushes the cart over the other way and then takes off and doesn't worry about whatever damage he did to somebody else's vehicle, by letting he couldn't be there and be responsible to the vehicle owners that he damaged their vehicle. But that's the way the world is today, Your Honor. It's whatever you can get away with. So I don't know, but I do know that they're calling for the rain to start here tomorrow in the afternoon at some point. It's supposed to rain tomorrow afternoon, on Sunday, on Monday. They're saying we're supposed to get a break in the rain on Tuesday. And then the forecast went out as far as Wednesday and Thursday, showed more rain showers, which I'm assuming is this unsettled weather you're talking about coming our way. Well, let's wear it out right there, Your Honor. It can go to Friday, but it'd be nice to be able to get things cleaned up on Saturday. And, of course, there's that NHT deal going on up there in Denver, PA, that fundraiser for that driver up there.
That's right.
So we'd like a nice day on Saturday for the NHT thing up there. And then, of course, you know what Sunday, May 12th is.
Mother's Day.
There you go. And, of course, on Mother's Day, the truck convoy happens there for the Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley chapter of Make-A-Wish. And we're hoping for a real good day for that, because they're doing a whole big special thing, because it's the 35th anniversary, because, we didn't get to celebrate the 30th anniversary because it was, COVID.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they're making a big deal about the 35. So if we could stop the rain there on Thursday, maybe Friday, you put in the request there with the AccuWeather gods and what's his name there from the Weather Channel that always has to be out there in the thunder snow and all that.
Jim Cantori.
Cantori.
Right.
Yeah. Put in the request with him, because he has complete control of the weather, and so see what we can do. But anyways, the only thing I'll toss in here real quick about the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck convoy is we haven't got to $5,000 for the Hot Shot Secret team yet, Your Honor. We haven't made the $5,000 mark. So the way I was explained to it is that they match up to.
Yes.
Up to. They don't match. They don't just give $5,000. They only match up to. So if we don't get to $5,000, then we don't get the extra $5,000 to go to the Make-A-Wish kids. So we're going to throw that out there and say wishconvoy.org. Go to wishconvoy.org. Find my name. It takes you there, or you can actually search the teams as well, and the Hot Shot Secret team is there. But yeah, click early, click often, and get over there, wishconvoy.org, and check it out and see what we can do. See if we can at least get the whole $5,000 from Hot Shot Secret for the Make-A-Wish kids.
Right.
And heck, if people need, I can also post a picture of that trailer that's got all the Wish Kids stars on it there. That each star represents the child that's been granted a wish that's passed away since just out of this one chapter. So, and there's stars on both sides of the trailer, and pretty much 2/3 fill it up. So, and they aren't very big stars. They're probably only 5 or 6 inches across.
Wow.
So you can just imagine how many stars are on a 53-foot trailer. Anyway, so we're trying to do the best we can for the kids. And again, wishconvoy.org.
There
I
you
don't
go.
know can we say it enough times, Your Honor? I don't know. We'll try there. So anyways, we appreciate your time and appreciate the show and all that you and Hot Shot Secret do and everything that all the listeners do, because we greatly appreciate them too. And if this doesn't work out, somehow we're going to do a whole show of sing-along old-time truck driving songs with horse feathers there, just to see if everybody would either want to hear the Steve Summers show or that, to donate to Make-A-Wish. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. But with that, Your Honor, we'll let you go to Casual Friday, and maybe we'll even see what a scarecrow can do on a Casual Friday.
There you go.
Remember, Casual Friday.
It is. That does not mean you're supposed to drive naked. I'm sorry. I'm cut him off there.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, by the way, yes, it is Casual Friday. All right, what do we got? 844-844-3388, 22 past the hour. I believe Vic checks in on a Friday morning. Vic.
Yeah, this is me. Real quick, you were talking about the racing world. Of course, the Kentucky Derby will be run this weekend, and then at the end of May, we'll have the Indy racing, the open car racing. And real quick, there are a lot of horse people that don't enter their horses into the Kentucky Derby because there's something about the air around Louisville that it can break down the lungs on a horse. And that's been going back for centuries. So not all the talented horse flesh will be there at the Derby. And of course it's last Derby, I think it's the last run of the day that the Stallions run, and they have the Kentucky Oaks there where they have the fillies run. And anyway, well, I was when you all this gender dysphoria, horses don't have that, and that's why they don't have the Stallions and the fillies running together. If you would want to see a total cluster at the gates, if you tried to put Stallions and fillies together, it wouldn't work very good if one of the fillies happened to be in heat. I guarantee you, because those Stallions they're quite temperamental and they're strong, and so. We'll just drop that subject at that point. And the big thing here on the IndyCar racing, they're going so fast anymore that they're trying to debate whether or not they're going to stick with open cars or get a covering. So I just kind of throw that out there. But you were talking about the contaminated meat. They don't process meat the way they used to. You probably see all this hanging meat inside a cooler, and the reason they do that is right after you butcher any animal, you're going to have some heat there, and that needs to cool out. And then after it gets cooled out, there's also kind of some of the enzymes get loose that help digest that the meat down, which makes a better meat product. And anymore, what they do is they just process the meat and put in these vacuum bags. And I'm not exactly sure how they do with the ground beef anymore, but a lot of that machinery will get very hot, has to be cleaned. And some of these meat packing companies, they have increased their change speed so much that some of the workers actually wear adult diapers because they don't have time to go to the restroom.
Right.
It's really not surprising that some of this
stuff is going on. But the other thing that I really called about was you were talking about this deal with the CIA. And the CIA is an expert at disinformation, or whatever you want to call it, and creating messages. And that's what the Republican National Committee is trying to develop, a coherent program. And that's I didn't do a very good job of getting it across. And this Marjorie Taylor Greene, I have to wonder what her, and it's not only her, there are some announcers, but she's kind of everybody knows what we're talking about whenever we mention her. And she is basically taking the focus off the Democrats and putting it on the inter-party squabble. And the whole thing is that when she's doing that, just her actions are creating a message. You know, Lance, you wouldn't believe it, but I've had several communications courses the way I bounce around. But and Grump's always talking about that ghostwriting stuff. Let me tell you, that's a hard job, because you have to try to match that individual and way of speaking and everything else, and fog index it and all that stuff. So when I looked at all that stuff, it just reminds me of too much work. So that's why I just shoot from the hip. But by and large, I could see where the CIA is basically trying to keep Trump from getting reelected, any way they can, because he is definitely not a friend to the intelligence agencies. I seen the other day where somebody's wanting to unseal Mike Pence's record. I don't know if it will or not. And his brother Greg Pence used to be my congressman, but he's not running this year. So I don't know what's really going on there with the Pence family. I didn't keep it up very much, but the whole thing is, if the Republicans can keep organized and get a consistent message that counters the Democrat message. And the thing that I think of off the top of my head, I know you probably have little clips there from Morning Joe and what's her name there? Her dad was Carter's national security advisor, but it was Big New Brzezinski or something like that. Yeah, but anyway, he was saying that if Trump got, the Morning Joe was saying, if Trump got reelected, he was going to be a dictator. He was going to basically kill other people and everything else. Well, that's not about what's to happen. And but there are people that listen to MSNBC and people like that, and they believe it. So what has to happen is there has to be an organization of the thoughts, the message, or whatever. So instead of them out there saying, well, you know, Speaker Johnson, he's caving to the Democrats, the message should be that no, Speaker Johnson is cooperating with the Democrats, and when you have cooperation and compromise and everything else, sometimes you have to swallow a bitter pill. But instead, they're saying, you know, that Mike Johnson is a sellout. But yet, if they would point out that no, they're trying to cooperate with the Democrats, but they're the big problem right now is the fact that the Democrats will do absolutely nothing to shut the border down,
right?
Because they want to get people in place.
Yep. Hey, and we got to pause there. News break time on a Friday.
USA News Update. Donald Trump back in court Thursday in New York for his criminal trial regarding hush money. He had this to say going into the courthouse.
There's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. You know, we're talking about 2015, 2016.
The former president's already been found in contempt for violating the gag order. The body of a fifth construction worker who went missing during the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore has been discovered. The victim identified as 49-year-old Miguel Angel Luna Gonzalez from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Salvage teams found a missing construction vehicle and the body was recovered from inside. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has increased slightly from Wednesday. AAA now reporting it at $3.67 per gallon. California drivers still face the highest prices with the lowest in Mississippi. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. We'll pick back up here on a Friday morning. Sorry about that, Vic. We had to take care of business. Yep.
Yeah, I understand that. But the way they process meat now, it's a long ways from the way it used to be. And you used to, whenever they'd hang that meat on the hooks and cool it out in the cooler before they actually processed it, and before the meat got hard, I used to have to take a little thing and stick it down into the hip joint there, because the hip joints had a tendency to decay and rot and have bacteria in there. Something called a meat fryer, and you had to stick that thing down in there and smell it. And really, there at the last, there weren't very many of them that were that way. But our meat processing, somebody that's really kept up with it would have to know more about it than me. But that's one of the reasons that they've increased the chain speed, and they don't let the stuff cool out. And whenever you first butcher that meat, if you let the carcass touch, you get something that's called hip blisters there. That's how hot that meat is when it's first butchered. And of course, if you have a lot of hunters out there, they're well aware of that too. But usually that when they're field dressing a deer or something, the weather's cold. But anyway, to get off that subject there, and to get back to the whole thing I was talking about with the messaging there, and this deal with a lot of people complaining about the speaker going along with the Democrats. Well, for years, defense was a holy grail. And if you said something was for defense right after World War II, I mean, it just zipped through Congress like crazy. And that's how President Eisenhower got the interstate system built. It was called, I forget what it was, National Defense Highway System or something. So if you wanted money way back when, you figure out some way to make it into defense, and both parties would, go right along with it. Things have kind of gotten worse from there. You have the revolving door, Pentagon and other places and all that. But my point is that right now, with this critical election, when President Trump needs to get back in there with a good team and with the majority, and start looking at all these swamp or deep state or whatever you want to call them, and start taking a complete look at them. But if the Republican Party is going to be squabbling one among the other, what they call the nonverbal part of the message will be that, well, Republicans won't be able to get anything done because they're too busy squabbling one with the other. And the other thing, too, is that Republicans won't be able to create a counter message that will counter people like, what's his face there, Morning Joe and all that, because they do have all that media power on their side. And right now, with the intelligence people, I think they're starting to panic a little bit, too, because that concerns me that all of a sudden they're saying Trump should not have Secret Service protection if he is convicted of all these court cases. But all these court cases are pretty much falling apart left and right. But whatever it is, the Justice Department, they're not doing what they're supposed to do according to the canon of judicial ethics and everything else. And the most egregious case is the guy there in New York, what they call him, Merchan or whatever his name is there, that puts a gag order on Trump, so Trump can't even defend himself. And his daughter, this Merchan, his daughter's making money fundraising for Democrats, and the Republican Party ought to be out there keeping that in front of people all the time. So that was, wasn't exactly picking on Marjorie Taylor Greene, but I think she needs to take a long, hard look and see, is she being manipulated by the intelligence agencies? Because they are good at that. But she's doing no good by beating up on Speaker Johnson. And if the Republicans, can do a sweep in 2024, then they can have the Speaker fight at that time. But we're down too close to be arguing about that fight at this particular time. So anyway, that was a point that I was trying to make last night. I don't know if I made it or not, but anyway, Laura Trump and the other person at the Republican National Convention and all the states and everything else, they're trying to get a good message out there, which was not the case in the 2020 or the 2016 elections. And so they did, there has been some progress made in getting people that know what's at stake and know saying, keep the eye on the prize. That's the main thing right now. And the other things can be handled. They're not critical or anything of that nature, except the rest of the world is watching, and China claims that they control all the land around the Philippines, going back to some 1600 map or something or whatever. And they're giving the Chinese are giving the Philippines fits. So that there is that, and then with Taiwan, they're getting a little nervous because there's a few islands between Taiwan and China, and those islands are kind of on the verge of whether going back and joining up with China or staying with Taiwan. So there's some pretty big marbles on at play here, and that was the point I was making. Look at what's at stake and your priorities and everything else, and it just, I guess you'd say MTG is kind of a loose cannon, and they can give you fits. I don't care if you're in a company, a cooperative, or whatever, or a private-owned thing. They can give you fits.
It is undoubtedly a crucial election, right? All right, so let's see. It is 844-844-3388. Casual Friday. So, well, there he is. Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, I did make note that I would call back towards the end of the program, Steve. I reached for my phone, and I was thinking, I better call in pretty soon. I'd hate for Steve to have to put up the bat signal there. It kind of seems to lean on calls from what I was hearing anyway, and I turned my phone on. Well, what do you know? There I could see that bat signal up overcast, and I started thinking about here. Remember, there was a time when Heat Wave was in better form. Way he often threatened the viewers and listeners out there that if they didn't put their fingers in the dial and make it spin, he would promise he'd be calling back and they'd be forced to listen to him. Well, I'm thinking maybe with his voice the way it is right now, he's kind of passed that baton on to a few of the rest of us here, is the way it seems. But so anyway, yeah, we're live and in Technicolor, aren't we? Oh, what? I kind of forgot where I was going with it right from the start. Vic was talking about the meat processing and such there. My mom she's complained for years about how ham just does not have the flavor that it did years back. And you only have to take a look at it and handle it, for a moment. All the water that's been forced into the meat and such way, all the flavor is gone. In that vein. Although at Christmas time, even though the ham is already smoked, we got a bone-in ham, and I put it in the smoker, and I don't remember what I put on it for rubs and everything, but I think it was just a mixed bag or concoction, and everybody loved it and raved about it. So we got our first camping get-together in another week and a half or so. I guess I've been kind of tagged to provide the meat this year, so I'm going to try to repeat that again and such way. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I reported. Oh, yeah, that's right. Wheelchair Dave there, and talking about the P-51s there. And Steve, you're fond of air shows and all, and that everybody just raves and waits for the thunder and crack of an afterburner on the jets and all. But in my world, that rumble of a P-51 flying low and overhead, that's just such a unique sound, and the importance of that plane and what it's played in military history in such way. It was the advent of the P-51 and their drop tanks. They were able to escort the bombers into areas and a new bombing range where prior the escorts fighters, they would take them in so far and then they had to peel off for lack of fuel, and the bombers, they were on their own as far as defending against the fighters, German fighters and such. But no, the P-51, I can think of few, if any, pilots, Steve, that would love the chance to fly one, much less own one. owning one. That's out of reach of most of the general public out there. But no, I really have a soft spot for them. In fact, you mentioned the Jack Roush, planes and such. You got to thinking. Well, also you think about them. Oh heck! I knew I would. His name had slipped by. Top Gun.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. There. Yeah, bang me on the head. There we go. If you think about the end of his last movie, Tom Cruise Maverick there, or Top Gun Maverick, you'll see a P-51. That's actually him and his plane. And I did know what that is, a two-seat plane, as a two-seater, as we'll show you, David, commented there. But yeah, he's a fanatic when it comes to aviation and all. So, and I mentioned about my boys and still trouble getting the plane out. Well, it was funny. My youngest, he just had run across another story kind of related to that, and for no other reason that it was a newspaper thing clipping from 1977. And this was a KC-135. It crashed at Beale. It's almost humorous in a way that, and to this day, the Air Force, the government still leases grazing land for livestock. Well, it was during night practice, a herd had wandered onto the runway, and in this case, the 135 came in. They sheared the landing gear off the front and one of the main landing gears, and his plane didn't look very pretty when it was all and done. But then Stewie chimed in. He said, "They still do. They still lease, grazing property out there at Beale." So apparently, the government is slow to learn their lesson. Let's see. Was it last night or night before? You were talking about, was it the Easy Pass? There's some scammers
Easy Pass. Yes.
Involved. Yeah, well, that just kind of reminded me of, I can't call it an incident, but what I have experienced, how easy it is to be taken advantage of or such. Now, for a number of years, when our auto license come up for renewal, we do everything online that we possibly can. That standing in line at the DMV for what seems like hours at times just so sucks that even the two newest vehicles that we've purchased, the dealers have taken the pain out of the DMV for us, so it's all been via mail. Well, twice now, when I've gone to renew on our vehicles, when I come to pushing proceed, hitting the proceed button, well, up pops another window, but it's overlaid over the Wisconsin DMV site, and it looks, I've been led to believe it's part of the Wisconsin process. So I followed through into it. Well, it's not a scam. It didn't cost me anything, but it's a service that just keeps track of your vehicles, and when they come due for renewal, I don't know if they send you a notice or if they go ahead and take care of it and then bill you, or I don't know. It's only like, it was maybe $5-6 a month or something like that. I think that's probably per vehicle though, for the max of 5 vehicles. But as I say, I had kind of followed through on it, and then thought, wait a minute here. When I see there was going to be a fee there, what the hell is this about? I can handle this on my own. And fortunately, I was, able to unsubscribe from the service right then and there. But that's an easy indication of how easy. Oh, we got crap all over the road here. Anyway, back to the process at heart hand here. We've always hearing about the scams and such, both online and over the phone and all way. Yeah, they're for real, and I can just say how easy it is to be taken in by them and such. That's always concerned my mom, being all but 100 years old, living at home, but she's pretty sharp when it comes to that stuff. Now, getting to the most serious part of the program here, the calling here, Steve. A week ago tonight, on Friday evening, I was exchanging text messages with our resident law enforcement professional.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
I won't drop anything. No names dropping here now. Now we know, and from your son Steven's experience, that there's refresher courses. They have to hit the firing range probably annually to firm things up. And likewise, there's physical fitness proficiency they have to meet. And well, Steve, up pops. This is going back to those couple images that I had shared with you earlier. Now,
okay,
before the program. Well, all of a sudden, while we were messaging there, Steve, up popped these two images, and what in the world is going on here? Well, Steve, you remember the old telephone advertising and such? There's a slogan that said, "Reach out and touch someone." Well, my guess is this is probably related in the profession, how they have to be proficient in pat downs, physical searches, and in redneck's world, groping. So either way, I'm thinking these images they're probably from the professional world of law enforcement, there to encourage reaching out and touching someone. That's the best way I can describe this. This is if Knucklebuster was out there, this would certainly fit into his vein and such. And if there's any others out there that feel the need to satisfy their curiosity, I'm sure the person in question, or myself, or maybe even Steve Summers, would be willing to share up those particular images. We're going to leave it at that, Steve. And
okay.
If you get if there's a lot more dead air time to come yet, you got a good hour to go yet. Under threat, you just might get another call from Pro.
Otherwise, we go from from zero to full lines. It never makes any sense on a Friday morning. Casual Friday, right? So with that, let me jump over to, I believe is it Daryl? That's what I'm seeing on the screen. Daryl, is that you?
Yes, sir. That's me. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well.
All right. Good to hear. Good to hear. So I just came on to talk about Joe Biden. I feel like he gets a bad rap, and I kind of got a little secret that I do like Joe Biden. There's some he gets some bad rep, in the community. Hunter didn't do that much coke, and it really just it shines a bad light on him, and I feel like people say he's messed up the economy so much, but he really hasn't. It hasn't been that much to go on vacation, live at an affordable wage. It's just.
I don't know who Daryl was, but I think he might be surprised that he actually got on. Yes, he didn't know where to go. Hunter didn't do. He just did a little bit of coke. He didn't do that much coke. Yeah, there's an awful lot of videos out there where he's doing more than coke. But that's not, that's not necessarily Joe's fault. You can't control what your kids are going to do. That's in the economy. Oh, the economy's doing great. Thank you, Daryl. I think Daryl may have been a first-time caller, but well, it is 844-844-3388. So, yeah, news break just a couple moments away here. We'll take it up to the top of the hour. Just a moment to mention right now, we're actually talking about opening our doors and bringing refugees in from Gaza. Palestinians. A lot of folks not thinking that's a good idea. Representative Tom Tiffany is one of those this past day that said the Biden administration's plan to bring some Palestinians over from Gaza should be blocked because they will not vet them properly. 0 admittances to those that have a Palestinian passport, he said. Why should we let people into our country that have committed acts like happened on October 7th and have consistently shown they don't want to live in a civil society? I mean, look at their neighbors. Go to Egypt. Go to other Arabic countries. They don't want them. Why in the world would we do this? But according to the internal government documents obtained by CBS News, the Biden administration's considering bringing certain Palestinians over here as refugees. Senior officials across several federal agencies discussing the feasibility of different options to resettle them from the war-torn region if they maybe have immediate family members who are permanent U.S. residents or American citizens. The U.S. Refugee Admissions Program would be used under one of the proposals to admit Palestinians with U.S. ties who have escaped Gaza and managed to enter Egypt. Tiffany questioning why lawmakers would take the Biden administration at their word when it comes to ensuring none of those admitted would be a security risk. How could we trust this administration on this? We saw this with Afghanistan in 2021. Yes. All right, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Final hour just ahead.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds or call 888-250 TCAP, and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump is back in court Thursday for his criminal trial regarding hush money in New York. The former president criticized the timing of the trial before heading into the courtroom Thursday morning.
There's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. You know, we're talking about 2015, 2016. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Afterwards, Trump said this case is nothing more than a way to keep him off the campaign trail. The lawyer who represented the two women central to Donald Trump's New York trial denies any involvement in a hush money scheme. Keith Davidson, who represented both Playboy model Karen McDougal and adult film star Stormy Daniels, stated that the $130,000 payment to Daniels wasn't intended as hush money to influence the 2016 election. On the stand Thursday, Davidson emphasized it wasn't a payoff, it wasn't hush money, it was consideration. Pro-Palestinian protests continue on college campuses. Early Thursday morning, Los Angeles police cleared an encampment on UCLA's campus, resulting in the arrest of over 100 people. Meanwhile, Columbia University has announced that all classes and final exams will be conducted remotely for the remainder of the school year. The White House is standing by President Biden's recent remarks in which he referred to U.S. allies Japan and India as xenophobic. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre stated that the president was making a broader statement about how immigrants contribute to the strength of nations.
It is important for us to remember that we are a country of immigrants. I'm explaining what he was talking about and how he was what he was focusing on in those comments. Country of immigrants, it makes us stronger. It is important to be very clear about that.
Biden made the comments during a campaign fundraiser Wednesday, grouping the countries together with China and Russia. He attributed their economic challenges to a reluctance to accept immigrants. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The body of the 5th construction worker who went missing during the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore has been discovered. The victim identified as 49-year-old Miguel Angel Luna Gonzalez from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Salvage teams located a missing construction vehicle and the body was recovered from inside. One bridge worker is still missing. The reconstruction of the Key Bridge is estimated to cost nearly $2 billion. Maryland Transportation Secretary Paul Wiedfeld informed the Baltimore Sun and Washington Post on Thursday that replacing the collapsed structure will likely come with a preliminary price tag ranging from $1.7 to $1.9 billion. He added that the new bridge is expected to be completed by the fall of 2028. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has slightly increased from Wednesday, with AAA reporting it at $3.67 per gallon. California drivers still face the highest prices at the pump with an average of $5.37 per gallon. Conversely, the lowest average price can be found in Mississippi at just $3.12 per gallon. Southwest Airlines will offer $75 travel vouchers for certain cancellations and delays mandated by the U.S. Transportation Department following the 2022 holiday meltdown. Passengers can claim a Southwest Love voucher if their flight is canceled or delayed within a week of departure or if they arrive 3 or more hours later than planned. Vouchers are not applicable, however, if the flight is affected by other factors like weather. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, Derby weekend coming on. Place your bets. Place your bets. Roki says post time for the Derby, 6:57 p.m. Eastern, Saturday, May the 4th, no less. Will they have Star Wars themed drinks there at the Derby this year instead of mint juleps? Yeah, I have the story printed up here. Several have emailed and suggested what's going on here. What? How about a good conspiracy theory? Boeing has been in the news a lot, right? And there was a whistleblower that passed away here a few weeks ago. A second Boeing whistleblower died on Tuesday of this week after suffering a sudden illness. This whistleblower was a former quality control auditor who claimed that Spirit AeroSystems leadership ignored manufacturing defects on the Boeing 737 MAX aircraft. 45 years old, according to the Seattle Times, Joshua Dean had been healthy prior to contracting an illness about 2 weeks ago. His aunt explained that Dean was hospitalized in critical condition after he experienced trouble breathing. The whistleblower was intubated and developed a MRSA bacterial infection and pneumonia. After his condition worsened, he was transported from Wichita, Kansas, to a hospital in Oklahoma City, where his health continued to deteriorate quickly. A CAT scan suggested Dean had also experienced a stroke on top of the infections. Following Dean's death Tuesday, a Spirit spokesperson said, "Our thoughts are with Josh Dean's family. This sudden loss is stunning news for his loved ones." According to the Seattle Times, Dean had previously given a deposition in a Spirit lawsuit and filed a complaint with the FAA accusing Spirit of serious, gross misconduct by senior quality management of the 737 production line. Dean was fired by Spirit in April of last year. He claimed he was fired after raising safety concerns at the company. The outlet also reported that Dean was represented by the same law firm that represented the Boeing whistleblower John Barnett. That's the guy that was recently found dead outside of a South Carolina hotel, allegedly due to a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Kind of thing that makes you really say, is this something more sinister? Or could it be that much of a coincidence? Dean claimed to have discovered a critical defect at Spirit in October of 22. He warned that mechanics had improperly drilled holes in the Boeing 737 MAX aircraft's aft pressure bulkhead. Despite warning management of the issue, Dean claimed that nothing was done to address the defect. According to the Seattle Times, Dean missed another manufacturing flaw during the same audit when that flaw was later discovered and led to a delivery pause in the Boeing production plant. In April of 23, Dean was fired. I don't know. It is the kind of thing conspiracy theories are made of, right? All right. Hello, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Well, being Casual Friday, I want everybody to know I'm not driving down the road naked. And I know the ladies will be disappointed anyway, but I am wearing my mankini. So I do have my mankini on this morning. Yep. Steve, I sent you a picture of the recent Columbia University graduates. Did you get that?
Yes.
Line up?
Yeah, what a bunch of clowns.
Yeah, that's about the size of it, isn't it? Yeah, as you know, old Captain Ron's out. And we're going to have to, me and Scarecrow have been asked to fill in for him. I tell you, that's a little rough because I tell you what, Charlie was trying to, and that just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Monday being the greatest day of the week. We're just... Oh, well, it's Captain Ron. I still think we need to get him some mental health or something. I was talking there earlier, Rick brought it up, of working with the Democrats. The problem is with Speaker Johnson is he doesn't want to stand up for us. I mean, you work with the Democrats, but the Democrats are not working with us. We give in concessions and we don't get anything in return.
Right.
How many times have we seen that over the years? I mean, the Democrats think working with them is, well, we'll give you the things we both agree on, but you're going to give us what we want. It's time we actually fought them like they fight us. As far as this. Joe Biden bringing these immigrants in from Palestine. We're a nation of immigrants. We're a nation of immigrants.
Right.
Yes, we are a nation of immigrants. But we wasn't bringing in our enemies. You know, the people that we brought into Ellis Island were people that was very well screened. We knew who they was, where they come from, whether they had bad diseases and stuff like that. You got a wide open border. And these people were coming in. I know you've seen the pictures. People with smallpox, they got TB, they got all kinds of horrible diseases. It's pretty much been eradicated in this country. This White House is totally out of control. You know, Daryl there called in before the break. The sad part about it is there's people out there that actually believe that. I think he was saying it tongue-in-cheek.
Maybe.
At least I hope he does. I'm hoping. I've got a friend and neighbor that all he watches is MSNBC, so you can imagine his political mindset. And it's like it'll drive you crazy. I remember lead up to the 2020 election, I asked him, I said, what do you got against Trump? Well, he didn't do enough about the COVID. He didn't. I can't remember the other one. The other one was he didn't do enough about the COVID. That was the big thing. And it's like, what more was he going to do? No, he should have done more. He should have done more. And it's like, well, like the Democrats, they swore up and down he was being racist or xenophobic or whatever because he blamed it on China. And we know that's where it come from. I'm not saying it come from a lab or anything, but that was the root of it.
Right.
And they were screaming because he told the truth. I mean, this is the mindset of these people. They just they don't want to look at the facts. Well, I want to lay out a little word of warning. I don't think it's going to affect the traffic around the area, but if anybody's got a delivery into the Winchester, Virginia area this weekend, keep in mind this is what they call the Apple Blossom Weekend. It's a large festival there in Winchester. There is factories in the area, I think, still shut down for it. So if you got it to pick up or delivery, you may want to check to make sure they are still open. And the traffic is pretty much downtown. The areas where the traffic mainly is in areas where trucks don't normally go unless you're doing, they're restricted from going unless it's local deliveries. But keep in mind, Winchester, Virginia is going to be a little bit of a mess this weekend if you're headed into the area.
Okay.
But it's mostly restricted to downtown. So, well, Steve, that's about all I got, and hope everybody has a great weekend and be safe out there.
All righty.
Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate you checking in. You do the same. Have a great weekend. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Predatory towing. Yeah, we're all familiar, right? Let's imagine one of your tractor trailers is involved in a single vehicle accident, like a rollover. Law enforcement at the scene requests a tow service, usually selecting the next towing company on a list used to spread the business among competitors. Company dispatches the equipment, spends about an hour and a half cleaning up the scene, then dispatcher disappears with both your equipment and your cargo. In short order, you receive a bill for towing services that request payments of tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars for the release of your equipment. It is an increasing problem in the trucking industry. It's been brought to the attention of the Federal Trade Commission. They're studying deceptive business practices nationwide. Already several state legislatures have passed or are considering bills to limit predatory fees. Obviously, when a truck driver's vehicle's towed, you can't earn a living till you get it back, leaving you vulnerable to predatory junk fees from towing companies. We support the FTC's efforts to stand up for truckers by acting to ban junk fees and prevent predatory towing fees that can cause significant financial harm. The FMCSA expressed sentiments about the issue in a letter to the Federal Trade Commission. In a Truckload Carriers Association webinar on the issue, the General Counsel for Cowan Systems said the towing companies send out these bills just hoping someone's not looking at them. They proposed several examples of invoices with excessive charges, one in which the towing company sought $202,000. They're a creative bunch, he said. These fees they're pretty much made up. They're fictitious. You have to challenge these charges. As an example, he pointed to a certain fuel surcharge. The line item had no relationship to the amount of fuel the tow company used in performing the work. Instead, it was charged as a percentage of the tow bill. In essence, a $100,000 invoice could have a $6,000 surcharge for fuel attached. Another major issue is per-pound billing. In this case, a tow company sets their fee based on the total weight of the vehicle, trailer, and cargo. He said often these companies will charge a minimum fee based on an 80,000-pound tractor trailer. Now, even when the vehicle involved only weighs 20,000 pounds, one example compared a per-pound billing invoice to an invoice for the same service charged at a non-predatory rates. When recalculated, the predatory 140,000 per pound invoice dropped to 24,000. We've got problems with existing towing fee regulations that vary from state to state, so they're looking at it. Maybe one of these days, ultimately, the carriers have to be aware that their drivers operate in different states. There is no consistency in the regulation states place on the companies in relation to towing fees. Maybe when federal guidance is available, tow companies might be willing to come to the bargaining table to establish some fair and consistent rates. Okay, we'll get back to who we got on board. Carl, I believe, here on a Friday morning. Carl, how you been?
Yeah, doing fine, Steve. Thank you for taking my call on casual, fantastic Friday. Down here at Talladega this morning, getting ready to do my drop and hook, return to Corbin, Corbin, Kentucky. But, talking about that hush money payments there, it seems like I recall that Bill Clinton had a $800,000 payment to Paula Jones. Is that correct?
That seems to ring a bell, yes.
Yeah. And he wasn't brought into a trial or anything like that, except for his impeachment. But that was to do with another woman, Monica Lewinsky. And so the unfairness in all of this is just a really just a mind-boggling charade show, and I believe he's going to have to endure a lot, and they're talking about even more of this business about him talking, and they're trying to keep him quiet and this and that and the other. Every time he opens up his mouth, this judge wants to slap $1,000 on him.
Yep.
So he's in a little bit of trouble on that end, but I think he's going to get out of this on appeal, whatever they come up with. But getting into the business about the immigrants, this deal about, I was thinking, Israel should find a place for the Palestinians over there, but then again, it's hard to find a place for people that are housing Hamas, and it's just really hard to do. And Egypt don't want them, Jordan don't want them, because they all know what they're all about. And if you had a bunch of Rashid Tlaibs in your country, you'd want to get rid of them pretty fast, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to be over here doing all of that mess. Just more protesting. There's going to be a lot more going on. And after your show went off last night, I tuned in to the satellite radio on Fox News, and they had UCLA, all of the noise and everything in the background. I was listening to it on the radio. It was just wall-to-wall coverage, boy, I tell you. Plywood, pallets, these students had nailed together a fortress or something in the middle of the grounds there. I think it's just, what is going on with these students? I mean, I cannot believe that they can't even be students. I mean, I've been hearing reports that there are professional protesters in on this, and then on top of that, the faculty are involved as well. And I just cannot believe the mess that Joe Biden has created this country. And then he comes out with this stupid statement this morning, about lecturing the American people, just saying, well, you can't do violent protest and this and that. Tell us something we don't know already, Joe. I mean, the guy is stupid. He's absolutely incompetent for the job, And then on top of this, I couldn't care less if Kamala Harris becomes president for 5 months, to be honest. I mean, let's get rid of her too. You know, if we get rid of Joe, there's got to be a reason to get rid of her too. You know, like she's smoking marijuana or something, you know, in her vice presidential house over there.
Right.
You know, I mean, really ridiculous. These people are absolutely, they're costing us billions and trillions of dollars daily, I'm sure. Even more than what's reported. You know, just unbelievable mess. But, you know, I just can't believe that this country has fell to the lows that they fell to. And we ought to know better. You know, we really should know better. And our citizens are just a mess. They're getting into abortion rights, and they're wanting to murder their babies and this, that, and the other. I mean, come on, man. I mean, if the baby is inside of you and it's 6 months old, okay, already, why do you want to murder a perfectly healthy baby? I mean, I don't understand that. It just doesn't. There's people out here wanting to adopt, okay? And there's long lines of people out here wanting to adopt babies. I mean, if you don't want it, you know, just go ahead and have the baby.
There's options,
You know, and put it up for adoption and let it go, you know, let it live. Let it live. Okay, I mean, I just I find it hard to understand how people just want to constantly make an issue out of something that's really not an issue, you know. But thank you for taking my call, Steve, this morning, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Have a great day, great Friday, right? TGIF, right? I guess in many cases, you know. Some folks don't want an inconvenience. I don't want an inconvenience. I believe Eskimo Mom had also forwarded this my way out of Minnesota. You probably, if you drive a truck for a living, you see this stuff happening out there. It's hard to imagine, but things that make you go, A semi-truck driver accused of watching Netflix on his phone when he slammed into traffic last summer in southern Minnesota. Prosecutors say the truck driver, identified as Billy Grimes, was streaming a show when he approached a construction zone on Interstate 35 going nearly 70 miles an hour. Ended up crashing into two vehicles, a pickup truck and a Toyota Camry. 57-year-old Matthew Hansen and 56-year-old Kimberly Hansen were inside the Camry. That couple perished in the crash. Prosecutors say Grimes drove by Department of Transportation signs that were warning motorists of slow-moving traffic ahead, now facing charges that include criminal vehicular homicide. According to reports, his truckload was loaded with more than 44,000 pounds of cargo. Reports also say Grimes told police his phone was downloading a show from Netflix, but denied using the phone while driving. However, the criminal complaint stated crash scene investigators used dash cam video from inside his truck to determine he was indeed watching a Netflix show as he was coming up on stopped or slow-moving traffic approaching the construction zone. Distracted driving. 29 past the hour.
USA News Update. This month, former President Trump will address the Libertarian Party's convention in Washington, D.C. That's been confirmed by his campaign. Trump aims to address concerns voiced by its members. In a statement, Trump praised libertarians as some of the most independent and thoughtful thinkers in our country. Pro-Palestinian protests continue on college campuses. Thursday morning, L.A. police cleared an encampment on UCLA's campus, resulting in the arrest of over 100 people. Columbia University has announced that all classes and finals will be conducted remotely for the remainder of the school year. Southwest Airlines will offer $75 travel vouchers for certain cancellations and delays, as mandated by the U.S. Transportation Department following the 2022 holiday meltdown. Passengers can claim a Southwest Love voucher if their flight is canceled or delayed within a week of departure, or if they arrive 3 or more hours later than planned. John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And we're back at it here on a Friday, TGIF. And the return of the right-wing nut. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, right-wing nut. Yeah, I just had some of those chocolate-covered cicadas.
Oh, how's that?
Tell you what, well, they're not too bad. They're a little gummy on the inside, but some damn wings that I get stuck in my teeth. So anyways, I'm trying to pick them out. And I got the $49.99 deal. And I paid an extra $100 for express services.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what.
You got a real
they
deal.
Drive like hell.
You got royally
screwed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll worry about that later. But anyways, keep saying TGIF. And then you said I'm not supposed to be driving naked on a casual Friday. Yeah, your toes do go in first. But you know how hard that is to do when you're doing 70 mile an hour down the highway. Oh, I tell you what, it's kind of hard getting up when you got that seatbelt on. And, you know, you don't want to turn that inside light on because you're afraid you're going to be exposing yourself to someone going down the highway.
Boy.
Chaos and demolition and whatnot. So, yeah. So, you said we got windy weather coming, huh?
Yes, you do.
Here in the West.
Big time, yes, this weekend.
She any relationship to Stormy Daniels?
No relation.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just scratch that off my list too. All right. So yeah, anybody gets those chocolate covered cicadas, you like I said, you better watch out for those wings because you know they're nice and crunchy, but they get stuck in your teeth. So if you got any bridge work or whatnot, you better watch out. So, all righty. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and let you go. You have yourself a good weekend. And we'll do this again next week.
All right. Thank you to the right-wing nut. Emphasis on nut. Right? Larry. Hello, Larry. What's going on?
How you doing there, Steve?
Good.
I just wondered if you have any updates on that 95 in Connecticut there. From that wreck they had last night.
Last I saw, it's going to be shut down till sometime Monday. They're hoping to have it reopen Monday.
Okay, yeah. I must have just went through there probably about an hour and a half before that happened. Coming out of Hartford.
I was trying to. I was trying to remember. So you're the good morning, Larry, right? Everybody, or good afternoon, whatever it is.
Afternoon.
I knew somebody ran up there, and I was wondering if that was you. So that is something you pass through pretty regular then.
Yeah. Usually on Mondays I'm up there, but during the week I usually run to Schenectady all the time. But if the load's in a certain area in the Port of Wilmington, they usually give me another load, try to get me out of there quicker. And that's usually that Hartford run. So I haul them monkey pickles out there at the Port of Wilmington.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I got to go up to, not sure yet or not if I'm going to New Haven tonight or if I'm just picking my load up for Hartford for Monday when I get down there today. But I run that Saturday mornings. I usually run New Haven quite often, and that's the way I got to go. But if I got to do the detour, it's probably gonna put me about an hour out of my way to go around it both ways, an hour each way.
Mm-hmm.
So it ain't gonna be much fun, but what are you gonna do?
And I mean, of course, on the alternate routes, traffic's probably going to be, obviously very, very, very congested.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll go up. I'll take the long way. I'll go up 287 to 684 there, pick up 84, go to 691, and back down 91 to where I got to go. Because if you get, like you're saying, go the other way, try to stay on 95 and follow that detour, you're going to have everybody and their brother going that way.
Mm-hmm.
So it's and a whole lot of ways around up in that area. I mean, I got a GPS, but I only trust that so much.
Right.
You know, it is a truck GPS, but
yeah.
It doesn't have all the updates in it all the time. You know, day one, construction and everything else up here. The barrels are coming out in this area
at that time of year. I mean, what they're planning to do over the weekend sounds like it's going to be an incredible feat if they can get it done as quick. Because I mean, they're talking about. I mean, they have to bring the bridge down and put it back up, and they're going to get it done in days.
Right. I seen some pictures of it. The whole bridge is like it was burnt. But
yes,
that whole area right there, that's under construction as it is. That whole area. Right. You know what you said. That's exit 15 there in Norwalk. That's been under construction. Well, Connecticut's been under construction. I've been running up here for over 30 years. That whole damn state's been under construction since I've been running up there.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they got 3 generations of family working out there. That's how long it's up there.
Wow.
But you know, the dad starts it, and the other kid, this kid joins in, and the kid's kid joins in. You know, they just take their good old time doing things. They ain't fast up there. That's right. I'm saying, they get that bridge down by Monday, it'll be a miracle. So I just hope maybe they had something updated on it. I didn't know nothing about it till the night, just prior to the show. Somebody had some pictures on Facebook there. And I was where I get my coffee at, and I happened to see it.
Okay.
That's where I check in at nighttime from you there in Black Hill.
Well, I pulled up the latest update, and I'll share that with you and the rest of the audience here. Let me see. And in case you had missed it, but it was a tanker, gas tanker, 8,500 gallons of gasoline. Fiery crash, shutting down Interstate 95 both directions. That started about 5:30 Thursday morning, damaging a bridge badly, and it will need to be replaced immediately, halting two-way commuting on the interstate until at least Monday morning. In the governor's press update this past evening, Lamont said heat from the burning fuel compromised parts of the bridge. It'll have to come down. Demolition of the bridge near exit 15 in Norwalk was scheduled to begin this morning at about 3 a.m., so less than 2 hours ago. Now, he said lifting the bridge would likely take 24 hours, maybe a little longer, after which workers will take a second look at repaving and making sure the road is safe and secure. If all goes well, and I'll monitor this, we should have two-way commuting back on I-95 as early as Monday morning, which would be heroic work, he said. Now, in response to the significant structural damage to both I-95 and the overpass that expands the width of the highway, he has declared a state of emergency. It's an emergency declaration. He said, I filed that with the feds just in the last hour, hoping to get federal reimbursement for the replacement of the bridge. We ought to get some notification on that in the not-too-distant future. But first and foremost, we've got to do is get that bridge out of there and get two-way traffic going. In a separate prepared statement, Lamont reiterated the overpass on I-95 in Norwalk is not safe for traffic to use at this time. Structural engineers have determined the overpass must be demolished and the road needs to be replaced. We're advising commuters, expect this area of 95 in Norwalk will remain closed at least through the weekend, but the emergency declaration should help expedite some of the resources we need to respond to the situation. I encourage everyone avoid the area for at least the next few days while the highway remains closed. We'll continue to provide new updates as it becomes available. Now, he also noted congestion in and around that section of highway it was very heavy as of Thursday evening. The mayor, who was present for the governor's press update, thanked everyone on a state and local level for the quick response. that did not result in any serious injuries or death. It could have been a lot worse. But it was a fuel truck and a tractor trailer and a car. Amazing. Each of those drivers was safely able to get out of their vehicle uninjured and obviously get out of the way before that blaze, when it was a massive blaze. Now, in an effort to reduce traffic as the bridge repairs underway, he said that he scheduled staggered work times for city employees today so they can either come into work later or go home earlier. He's asking a lot of city staff to work from home. We feel that'll keep some of the traffic off the road. We've got extra officers on around the clock for the next couple of days. Extra firefighters will be there for the next couple of days. We think we've got everything under control, and we're optimistic we're going to move forward to this and get it done, get through it. So, all right. A lot of work to get done in a very short amount of time, to say the least. But it's 844-844-3388. Daryl got you coming up here just ahead on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
National Circuit has over 120 dates and times to keep us busy. But our member organizations take truck and tractor pulling to a whole new level for over 30 nights and afternoons. We can safely say that the state of our motorsport is strong. From National Tractor Pros Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We've taken time over the past couple of months to go into some detail on the 2024 NTPA Grand National and Regional National event schedules. But there's another circuit that lives under the NTPA's umbrella. Or rather, 5 such circuits, which encompass member state events in Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the Carolinas. In addition to hosting national events, these states and territories have their own events, all of which run under the NTPA member state banner, and in which competitors and their vehicles are held to the same competition and safety standards as the national runners. So let's start with the most extensive state circuit, Minnesota. In addition to hosting national events in Hutchinson, Anoka, Jordan, and Houston, the Land of 10,000 Lakes will present 15 United Pullers of Minnesota events. Corcoran on June 1st, Wadena on June 22nd, Barnesville on July 12th, Herman on July 19th, Faribault on July 20th, Blue Earth on July 24th, Perham on July 26th, Montevideo on July 31st, Arlington on August 1st, Pipestone on August 2nd, Austin on August 8th, Waconia on August 9th, Wilmer on August 10th, Ogilvie on August 23rd, and back to Corcoran on August 24th. For more information on these Minnesota events, visit the United Pullers of Minnesota website at upmpullers.com. Next up is Wisconsin, home of national polls in Ellsworth, Tomah, Lancaster, River Falls, Menominee, Norwalk, Weyauwega, and Ridgeland, but also the sites of 6 Wisconsin Tractor Pullers Association events in Stanley on June 7th, Ettrick on June 15th, Jim Falls on July 5th, Colby on August 17th, Jim Falls again on August 31st, and Marshfield on September 7th. Check out WTPAPULL.com for classes and start times. Our friends in the Carolinas are up next, and besides Benson, Lumberton, and Raleigh being destinations for national pulling, the United Pullers of the Carolinas will present 5 events beginning in Taylors, South Carolina this Saturday, May 4th, Wilson, North Carolina on August 2nd and 3rd, Ringgold, Virginia on August 9th and 10th, Winston-Salem, North Carolina on August 23rd and 24th, and back to Wilson on September 18th. UPOCpolling.com has all the info you need to make plans to attend. Then comes Indiana, and in addition to national events in Greenfield, Arcola, Rushville, Logansport, Greensburg, Roanoke, and Lynn, the Hoosier State Tractor Pullers Association will present its own polls in Rochester on June 22nd, Richmond on June 25th, Muncie on July 18th, and Indianapolis on August 4th. To learn more, point your browser to hstpapull.com. And finally, among the member states is Michigan, where along with national events in Morley twice, Fremont, Dorr, Charlotte, Hartford, Adrian, Cassopolis, Monroe, Coldwater, Jackson, Marshall, Berrien Springs, Allegan, Centerville, and Hillsdale, the Wolverine Pullers will pull on a poll in Saline on August 31st. WolverinePullers.com is your resource for poll details. The dates and times of all these polls, national and state, are available through the schedule page at ntpapull.com. We thank our NTPA member state officers and staff for their diligence in keeping state-level polling thriving across the USA. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let me jump to Daryl on a Friday morning. Daryl, how we doing?
Defend myself. I thought I better call in and defend myself, Steve.
Because we had the Daryl impersonator, or yes,
yeah. I went by the handle Chaplain for 5 years. I was on the road, and I met a guy called the Evangelist, and he used to put a lighted cross on the hood of his truck whenever we'd take off down the road, and it was kind of down the road. Did you lose me?
No, you're still there. I think you might be hitting the buttons on the phone there accidentally.
Okay. Well, that was my ear hitting the buttons on the phone, I guess. I'm still having to talk to you through Facebook or listen to you through Facebook.
Yes.
I don't know what happened to that other deal, but I was interested in Right Wing Nut if he was dying whenever he would call in with his cigars and stuff, but I caught him talking normally here a while ago and decided he wasn't as bad off as I thought he was. You talking about the trucks being towed with those astronomical bills. I had a 97 Thunderbird stolen out of my driveway, and I got a letter about a week later from a towing company in Cincinnati that I could come down and pick it up. And I went down, and they charged me $352 to get my Thunderbird back. Some teenagers had left it at an apartment complex and put a note on the windshield, "Do not tow this vehicle." And I said, "Well, what's the difference between this and extortion?" And the guy looked at me and he said, "Not much." I can't imagine what those truckers have to go through whenever they get towed and get those astronomical bills.
Thousands.
They have to do something about that and clean that up, because that's just, anybody that knows anything about trucks knows that that's wrong.
It's actual.
And I think
it's highway robbery, Daryl. It's virtually highway robbery. All right, real quick, I want to get the Brother Rambler on board here so we can get one final check in here before we hit the weekend.
That is correct, and it is about weekend time, and I know about Memorial Day you will uncover the pool and cannonballs away.
Yes.
Praise God for that. Well, I had a whole lot I wanted to say, but I tell you what, everyone, if you want to hear anything I've got to say, tune into Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 5 o'clock on Sunday evening, Central Standard Time, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. And
I'll give you a little backstory on my brother who recently passed away. If you don't know the situation, well, tune in and I'll gladly tell you. And Steve, there's a wonderful, great show that comes on after us over here at Determined Ministries Church. And like I said, we're easy to find. Just go to Facebook, type in Determined Ministries Church. You'll see a slimmer, less long bearded me and a suit behind the pulpit. So, but the other show I want to tell you about is a wonderful show. This guy has a swimming pool. He had what was the insect problems you had last year, and the ladybugs took care of them, so you can grill up underneath your tree this year. He's a wonderful fella, has a great show sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Who is that fella, Steve?
I mean, Steve Summers, I believe it is Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yeah, we're on Facebook too.
That's right, brother. And on an app, go to your iOS store. You can't go to your Google Play Store, download that yet because it's kind of broke down. But I'm sure that when you get the all clear, you will wave the checkered flag and say, "All right, y'all, go ahead.
We're
and
back.
Download, go to your Google Play."
Yes.
Oh, you're back already?
No. That's what I will say. No, we're not back yet, but that's what I'll be saying. I say, yeah, I'll let them know we're back, and we'll have our hundreds of listeners that haven't been able to find us there.
I know, right? And yeah, and you know, there's a lot of listeners that listen on the Google Play app that have not, found us on Facebook or whatever.
Correct.
And
yep.
You can't listen on Google, man. Go to Facebook. It's easy to find. Just type in Steve Summers. You got 3 different pages. You got Steve Summers' main page. You got the page for Outlaws and Outcasts, and you got the Steve Summers fan page. And all 3 of them pages, you will find the Steve Summers Show being live streamed, broadcast live. Praise God. And you'll also find the Determined Ministries Church on 2 of them. But, Steve, everyone out there, God bless you. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. We love you out there. Remember this, love is just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and I'll see you all Sunday, and Steve will hear you all and talk to you all Sunday at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. Tune in, and let's get the drive time going. Goodbye, guys.
All right, there you go. Have a great weekend, Brother Rambler. Let's go through a little more on the I-95 thing there up in Connecticut. And according to the report, this was a tanker, and obviously the tanker trucks, I guess they have different partitions in the tanker. How it is possible that they said 4,000 gallons of gas spilled and burned, and approximately 4,000 gallons was still on the truck that has since been recovered. With the intensity of that blaze, I don't know, maybe Horse Feathers can kind of cue us in next week sometime about how it is possible that you could have a tanker truck like that literally engulfed in flames with one ruptured partition and the other not explode. That's amazing to me. But all right, have a great weekend. Thank you so much for being with us. See you back, as he said, the midnight hour, Sunday into a Monday morning for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream